Must is the leading Malaysian university of choice when it comes to PhD programs. We currently have more than 200 active students in our program. We have an outstanding track record in PhD supervision and guiding our students in publishing their research work in emerging fields such as Industry 4.0, digitalization, supply chain management, AI, and more.
Good morning. We have Professor Zainal here. We want him to test his slides, sharing his slides. Can you do that now, Professor?
Dr. Khairul,
Yes.
I dah buka I punya PowerPoint. I dah
Now,
masuk share.
dah masuk share. You share PowerPoint or you share your screen?
I share.
It's better to share your screen.
Ya, itulah I share my screen now.
We have not seen.
Tak nampak.
Tak nampak lagi. Maybe there's a delay, but you just check whether you did the right one or not.
Okay, saya open share 3.
Okay.
Dan ada screen share tu.
Share screen. You dah share screen, tak nampak apa-apa lagi.
Okay, so when I share my screen, I can see, well, you are there.
Dr. Khairi, whether the admin allow Dr. Zainal to share chat.
For apa tu MS Team, normally everyone can do that. Dr. Zainal can. So what you are sharing your screen now?
Yep.
We're not seeing it. As a contingency, why don't you email me your slides so that I can, if worst come to worst, we will play it for you later on when you want to show the slide. Right now, we can still try some more. If it fails, then you just send me your slides. You still sharing?
Ada apa-apa.
Anybody says? Sometimes my computer.
No, doctor.
This happens. Tak boleh? Okay, we're going to start in about 2 minutes for other things before your session. Zainal, I think right now you just email, you have my email address, right?
Yeah.
Email the slides to me, and then when your session actually begins, you can try sharing again. If it fails, then I will play for my end. Okay.
Alright, dah hantar dah apa, Dr. Khairul.
Yeah,
I will email to you. Yeah, I will email to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we're going to start our video in about 1 minute.
established in collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, otherwise known as MIT. We also inherited MIT's world-class system and culture.
Our mission today is to provide students and working adults cutting-edge education and skills that are current and relevant to industry needs and ensures 100% employability.
In fact, QS World University rating granted us 5 stars for teaching and learning because of our world-class faculty, 5 stars for employability of our students, and #1 in Asia for international students.
One of MASA's keys to success is our ongoing collaborations with our industry partners to make sure that our curriculum meets the industry standards present and future. We enable our students to have and employment opportunities. We work with other universities from all around.
MUST was established in collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, otherwise known as MIT. We also inherited MIT's world-class system and culture.
Our mission today is to provide students and working adults cutting-edge education and skills that are current and relevant.
Good morning, everybody. I am Ziad Newton from Sri Lanka, PhD student of Malaysian University of Science and Technology. Dear respected President of Malaysian University of Science and Technology, Professor Rajagopal Prem Kumar, Associate Professor Harinder Singh, Dean Business School, Malaysian University of Science and Technology, Dr. Khairir Khalil, Dean Institute of Postgraduate Studies, Malaysian University of Science and Technology. The keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zainul Abdin Mohammed, Professor Putra Business School. Distinguished guest, students, and my dear friend, good morning and salamat pagi. And I would like to invite you all to this noble event, Colloquium 2021. Really, we are inordinate, and this is the pragmatical event to stage our knowledge, skills, and ability. Hence, we are convey our exuberant thanks to Malaysian University and Science Technology and the organizing committee. My dear guests and friends, this is the next event of our pipeline, is the keynote speech by Professor Zainul Abdin Mohammed, Professor Putra Business School. Sir, the floor is over to you for your valuable words. Thank you and terima kasih. Sangat.
Prof, you want to test your slide or should we just play our slide from our end? All right. Good. Now you make it bigger.
Oh.
Yeah. Show the slideshow. Can someone mute that participant, please?
Dear participant, please keep mute your microphones, please.
Now do a slideshow, Prof. Excellent. Got it. Okay.
Sir, you can start now. Prof, you can start now.
I think he's speaking. You just can't hear him.
Prof. Zainal, we can't hear you.
Professor Zainul Abdin, we can't hear you. No sound.
Hello, can all hear that?
Yeah, okay, we're hearing something.
Okay, now this loud and clear.
Professor, please increase your volume and unmute.
Is the volume? I will unmute. You want to see my volume? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, yes, so that means
Now, okay, Prof, you can start now. We can hear
right.
you.
Right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Fantastic, good.
again, good morning. And okay, sorry for that. Okay, so my topic today. Okay, I'm sorry. There is still an echo. Are you hearing me or you are hearing the echo?
We are hearing okay.
Okay, damn it. Is this better or not? Oh, is this better?
Yeah, this is good.
Which is better? Now I'm not using my earphone. I'm using the computer phone. Or should I use my earphone?
Please use earphone, sir. Please use earphone.
Yeah. Okay, my topic. All right, if you could take as a question is the qualities on qualitative research and case study. Right, the topic is two big topics, very big. I'm going to rush through the qualitative research part, and I'm focusing on the case study. Okay, so why do people do qualitative research? Right, these are some of the things that students who do qualitative research or researchers who use qualitative research, so they want to observe the phenomena from their own perspective, and then they want to use an inductive or investigative strategy, right? So they are mostly descriptive in nature, and they also know that to understand the issue that is happening, not all of them are easily observed because not all are fixed and rigid. That's what the quantitative people would specify. And there's not only one single measurable phenomena, and then cannot assume the positivist approach, which are the quantitative researchers. Right. Qualitative research are different. The characteristics are different. Right. In qualitative research, we strive for depth. We, the researcher, is a primary instrument for data collection and analysis. Right. And then we also pursuing an inductive process where we build the concepts, the hypotheses, and the theories. So what we will deliver finally are quite richly descriptive. Right. Qualitative research is also different in other aspect, right? It seeks to understand the process, not describe or draw or structure the process. You want to understand. To understand it, you need deeper, deep investigation. And sometimes what we do, that there are a lot of things that are poorly understood. And if they are poorly understood, then the researcher has to go in and exploratory approach, right? And we want to find and understand the actual implementation that's been carried out. Probably in the qualitative research, there are new and unspecified variables not yet identified in the quantitative research. And furthermore, we want to get maximum information through our sampling process. And our sampling process is usually purposive. It's not random. Why? Because we want to get the maximum information. So therefore, the respondents must be somebody who we believe will give us that maximum information that we want. But that's random. Assume that all of them are in the ability to give them whatever information that he wants, right? So the other differences, our data collection and analysis are different. We go for interview, either structured construction, and we go for more observation, because the researcher is the major respondent and observe what he wants knowledge of, right? So he will be the one who will be encountering a respondent. So he is also able to participate if he wants. And the document that a researcher in quantitative research gets is, well, you can have written, oral, visual document. The differences are we do a lot of constant comparative method. Okay, there are so many terminologies that are being used in qualitative analysis, right? So the last one there, these are the latest qualitative techniques, which probably I myself, if not familiar with. So the term deconstruction, rhizoanalysis, genealogy, archaeology, schizoanalysis are the latest edition of qualitative terminologies, whether they are methods or whether they are types. These are some we are aware, and if we want to study, if we want to study qualitative research, there are a lot of things, new things up to share whatever the qualitative researchers are doing. All right. Oh, we also have differences in collection of data. When I say they are done simultaneously, that means the collection of data and the analysis is probably should be done together. All right. Okay. There is different methods of collecting data. So it is all up to the researcher. Also difference in writing style. The discussion of research problem is different. How the investigation has to be conducted is different. I'm comparing this with quantitative and qualitative. All right. So, but then the findings that we have in qualitative should be relevant to theory and practice. All right. Now, having gone through the literature of qualitative, a lot of terminologies that are being introduced by the researchers. I've got here 19, but actually the list is much more than that. And here I have a full list of terminologies that are being used in qualitative analysis. Right, I have got on the vertical columns 24 items, but on the yellow colored row at the bottom, I've added 4 more. The latest one is deconstruction, genealogy, archaeology, and structural analysis. So if I want to add, there should now be about 28 different types of terms in qualitative analysis. So there's a lot of them, and I'm not going to go through these. So my purpose is to go into case study as a research methodology. All right, so the next, okay, these are all explanations of the 24 terms of the qualitative analysis. All right, so I'm not going through this because if I go through this, it will take a lot of time. So I will jump straight into the case study. Right. So this is where I start off the case study as a research methodology. All right, as I mentioned just now, there are 24 or 28 different, but the type of research methods that we do, there are various methods. And one of the methods in qualitative research analysis is E, which is case study. So I'm going to focus my talk today on case study. Right. So case study methodology, what is it that we require to know about case study? All right. Now the elements of the research methodology we talk about here, the case research methodology. We still have to have measurement objective, can't run away from it. We still have to do data collection, and then we still have to do what type of data collection, whether it's a survey, then finally have to do the reporting of the case research. Right, so why do we choose a case study method? So case study method can be both qualitative and quantitative. So we have got two types of research, quanti and quali. And in between at the bottom, we have got case study, meaning case study can be both quantitative as well as qualitative. So what do we call that case study? So my definition of case study is that it must be within a bounded entity. It is quali or quanti. If there is a bounded entity, then I can classify that research as a case study methodology. Example, if my sample of patient's response or patient perception of a treatment in a hospital, that is my topic. And if I do only on 2 hospitals, so there is a bounded entity on the hospital, therefore I can simply say I am doing a case study of it. But why quantitative? Because for each hospital, I take sample of perhaps 10 of each of the 10 different departments in the hospital. So therefore, I have got 100 samples from one hospital. If I take 2 hospitals, I get 200 samples. So that is where the quantitative part of the case study is. But in qualitative, I will not go for that kind of sampling because I want to understand, explore, and understand the detail of how the patient responds to the treatment given by the hospital. So I cannot afford to have that kind of numbers of samples. So I will never go for 100 samples. All right. Therefore, if I cannot understand, for example, now, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, So we want to understand how the patient attitude and the patient's opinion on the treatment given by the hospital. I can't do a survey for all of the patients or hundreds of the patients because we do not know what are the contents of their response, whether they are satisfied with the hospital treatment. Therefore, I have to do a qualitative approach and I go for individuals and I take a sample of only maybe 5 to 10 patients, but I will understand, I will go through them and go into detail of understanding how they respond or how they perceive as the hospital treatment on them. Right? Okay, that is, I have in the same hospital a quantitative research, or I can also do a qualitative. Now, my definition of a case study is there is a clear bounded entity, right? But in all this order entity, I still have to have the four elements. Remember just now I said for every case study, I need to know the objective, I need to know what are the clear data collection process, I need to know where the sources of this data that I did collect from, and at the end of the day, get to have a report. If I have all these four elements, then my study can be considered as the planning part of it. Okay, so this is what I will use as a case. So in practical case study research, there are variations of study research. It can be situational, it can be descriptive, it can be historical, it can be life history, social cultural issue, or individual, group, or education. Right? So meaning that I do case study, I have different approaches to do the case study or whatever approach I can use. Okay. I mentioned just now the different phases. Clarity is important, what needs to be done, and where is that bounded entity. If throughout this talk, I'm going to talk about the hospital, right? And I'll try to cover the 45 minutes given to me. So I must be sure that why do I choose hospital? Whether I choose one hospital or two hospitals for comparison. So I'm very clear what is it that I need to do to measure, to determine, and to explore. I know what is it I want to do. Then I will go into the next part of the process, or in this case, I call them different phases. Those who are in management will understand whatever we do, we plan, we direct, we control, and we do the final report. So similarly, when I do a case study, I need to plan, I need to organize, I need to do what needs to be done, which is the directing part. Finally, once I have finished all the data, I will need to do the analysis and write the report. So it's nothing different than the normal management process. So I'll go one by one through these 5 phases. Right, the first phase is, am I clear what I need to do? All right, and where is that bounded entity? If I use the same illustration as the hospital, remember I said it's now hospital, I can do both quantitative as well as qualitative. Now I go for the qualitative part. But I'm still using the two hospitals for my study. What is it I must be clear of? I want to determine patient's response and the patient's perception of the pandemic treatment that they went through. All right, whether different days, different people will have a different perception of what kind of treatment did they go through, and therefore they will give some understanding and they will report what they perceive and what they believe they understand. Okay, in this part one, phase one, am I clear what I want to do? So the problem statement must be clear. I need to know what questions to ask. I need to know what is the purpose pursue. So this is very similar to your quantitative research project if you are doing PhD. We have a problem statement, we have a research question, and we've got a research objective. Right? But in case study, probably we do not want to use something very, very specific. So instead of asking research question, we need to clarify what question to ask. Right? Instead of very clear what objective, what are the purposes that we want to pursue. And then we can also decide on in the case of here, the number of cases and the number of respondents are different. Number of cases, I mentioned just now, I did to do qualitative research on 2 hospitals and how the patients that go through this hospital perceive and their opinion on the treatment that they got out of the pandemic, out of the pandemic, okay, the COVID-19. And then I already decided the 2 cases, but I also need to know how do I get data. So once I have clarified the objective, then I can talk about I need about maybe 20 target respondents from each hospital. Target respondent can be 20, can be 10. And then when I go to my perspective sampling, I want to get opinion somebody who is very knowledgeable. Therefore, my purpose sampling is I will take those who are affected by COVID-19, age 30 and over. Alright, so that is my purposive sampling. I don't want to go to people who are very young, or I want to go to people who are very senior in the knowledge. Alright, that's why sampling has to be purposive so that I get my data as accurate as possible. Here means not a quantitative kind of survey, but the interview that I will have to go through with each of the patient. So I'm still in phase one, it's still in the planning. Alright, so I've got a case, whether the case is single or multiple. So we talked just now about 2 hospitals, so there are 2 different cases. Do I get the unit of analysis? It is not the hospital, but the respondents of the survey that I did. Right? Of analysis is still valid, whether it is qualitative or quantitative. Whether it is case study, I still need to know the unit of analysis. And phase one. Remember, plan, organize, direct, and control. So phase two is okay. I've already got my clear objective. I've already got what needs to be done. Now in my second phase, I will start organizing what data should I need to collect. Alright, so this table will give me some ideas of what are the kinds of data that I need to collect. Source of data, I need evidence, I need documents, I need to go to archive if possible, I need to do interviews, I need to do observation, whether it is participative observation or you observe from far, right? So you call that uh, okay, the terminology that when you observe silently from far and you are not conspicuous in your observation. The also source of data that you can use are from artifacts. Artifacts are physical documents that probably help you in extending on the objective you want to pursue. So your data, once you are in the process of collecting the data, you need to make sure that your data are obtained from multiple sources. For example, If the treatment to a patient is given by the patient, you need to validate that. Right? So therefore, multiple sources is to validate that. If the patient say, I every day at 6 o'clock in the morning, I already got my first treatment. How do I check that? I'll go there to the nurses. Nurses will confirm. Yes, we start our job at 6 o'clock with the patient. That validates the detailed data there, right? So the field notes should be done in as explicit as possible. Then I say a chain of evidence. Chain of evidence is the one that I mentioned just now. What the patients say, what the doctors say, what the nurses. So these are the same instances, same event, and whether the three of them say the same thing or not. So these are validation of the evidence. We today also have access to e-data, right? So e-data is today very easily obtainable, and I have to remind of the need to be conscious about getting data on the electronic media, because the sources of e-data sometimes are questionable, and they too need to be validated. All right. What else do I know? I have already identified the organization. Does the organization fits the model? If I want to do comparison between two hospitals, then I would make sure that the two hospitals are comparable. Right? Comparable here means cannot take one that is small and large, right? So I have also cover, if I need to cover 10 different areas, so I want to make sure that the two hospitals have got those two possible areas. If I need to have a model, then I need to be sure that the model is applicable to both cases. So what mind map can help us a lot in trying to determine that we have covered all needed data. And of course, only Kusan mind map. He has told us that if we want to go into a survey and we want to make sure that we do not miss anything before collecting the data, we might want to make sure that we cover those very thoroughly. And mind mapping can help us achieve this. Right? The mind mapping will draw all the branches or the nodes so that when we finish the mind mapping, we have got all the required data that needs to be collected. When you go out into the data, you will get all the data. Right, we are still in phase 2. We have not yet in the field. We are just planning, and that's why we do. We call this purposive sampling later on, who finally will help you give the data that you require. The mind map tells you the list and the range of data that are needed. So your purposive sampling, make sure that he will be able to respond as well to the what you want to do from the mind diagram. Yeah, so what next is there for phase 3? Now going into the data part. For those who are going to do PhD research and you want to do case study as your methodology, if you are a full-time student, that means your case that you want to get the data from is not within your control. It's not within your control. But if you're a working student and you want to do an applied research on your own company, then the issue of accessibility is not something that is going to be difficult because you're doing it on your own organization. But if you're a full-time student and you're not working and your research things that are going to use the case study approach, Then accessibility becomes very a critical issue. You must have accessibility to that organization, right? For example, if you're talking about hospital just now, uh, most likely be difficult to get access until you get some authorities from top management or from the top ministry officials. If the study that you do is in line with what they want, then accessibility probably could be. That's why when you do a study, we would encourage students who are working, right? Those students who are working, who have got access to the organization that they are working in now, and we will support a case study methodology in your research. Because you're working there, you've got all your contacts, and you've got all your networking, so that your data gathering is very much easier than for a or student who are getting access into the company for the first time. So your collection data is very important. Suppose the company that you are going to go into have been obtained, you get approval, you get the document that you want to find, data that you want to find, you get agreement that they allow get that kind of it, then you start going into the company and the data. This phase three, before you go in, these are some of the things that you might want to be aware of. So before you go in, you have to have the interview protocol. Interview protocol says that look at the things at what you want to do, what you want to ask, who, right? Different people you meet, you probably will ask different questions, right? So therefore, that's what the interview protocol is all about. You got 5 different personnel to be interviewed. The interview protocol will tell you that each different personnel probably have to ask a different question. But the questions might be the same, it doesn't matter. At least you know for each individual that you want to interview, you have got a set of questions ready. So that you do not waste time when you meet them, struggle to think of what questions to ask. So once you have got your interview protocol, then you look at what are my recording accessories that you have. Right? So whether you have got a tape, got an MP4, video, you get camera, whether you have a memo pad, all these are made available so that when you go and see the respondents, they must be aware that what are you going to do, whether they allow you to, whether they allow you to take a video of what's happening or the environment. That one have to be told and exposed to the respondent. You have got your appointment dates, and that one, of course, I think that is quite common to a lot of us. And then get ready to fill the notes, the memo pad with different color if possible. That depends on how you want to organize your data collection. You have done your purposive sampling, right? You know what application models you want to run, so that when you ask questions, they are relevant models that you have already identified. In the interview process, we always make sure that we better transcribe our data that we have collected as early as possible. If we do the interview in the morning, in the afternoon you are free, we advise that to transcribe that interview data the same day. So then the next day, when you do another interview, then you get the same data. You have already transcribed yesterday's interview. So your memory of the first interview and the second interview that you're going to do will support what you're going to ask for the second response. Right? And maybe the question that you asked yesterday was not as clear today. So your transcribe, you might want to prepare your interview protocol. Adjust it to suit for the next interview. At the end of the data collection, I am assuming here that you are doing the interview process. It's your data collection process. Make sure that you have got a follow-up appointment. Just have the so in the collection of process, I might have missed something. Do you allow me to do a follow-up? Either visit or a phone call, or can I make another appointment to do some other data that I might need to prop up to support what I'm finding out, right? So the process of this data collection is very critical so that your response might not be available all the time unless your neighbor or your village folk alumni and they are a different kind of people and we got those then you're lucky. So where are we now? We are in the phase 3 of the case study data collection. Alright, so phase 4 will be you have got your data. You have got all the necessary documents and the tapes and whatever things that you gather from the company, from the interview. Now you have to sit and analyze and do your slowly, you sort your data for the start of your analysis, right? So you have got 2 cases, separate the data. We have got 5 respondents, separate 5 respondents, right? So now you have got your data all sorted out in the pattern. What you need to do now is before to start your analysis process. How do you do this? So if it is all qualitative data, all interview data, then you have to use your sorting, right? Study or general qualitative analysis, all the data need to be sorted, right? Whether you do the ground area, right? Whether you do sort the data and slowly gather them to into categories or gather them to groups so that you can slowly get an idea of what the data that you have collected. Once you've got all the analysis rationalized and you have done the analysis, now you have to validate the finding. How do you do validation? Right, this is where remember I said just now, you need to have a constant reminding you that you need a follow-up. At the follow-up, right? Right, you need to, now this is the time when you finally say, so I've done the majority of the analysis. I need to get a check from you, and please, you need to give me whether those things that I said are correctly listed or correctly stated. This is the validation of your finding. So whether it is qualitative, whether it is a study, your findings needs to be validated. In quantitative analysis, the validation is done by statistics. But in qualitative study, the validation is done by the personnel. They are the ones who are qualified to validate your findings. And you do this case by case. In my example just now, we go hospital by hospital, or we go different treatment by treatment, head of department of the treatment. You go by pediatric, gynae, all those etc. department. So we can check that validation case by case. Once you've done all the validation, then you can sort of come up with some general findings, and you can also come up with a unique finding. The general finding is where all the different departments of each hospital, you can say general, right? But when you talk about uniqueness, what is so unique about the 10 different departments of hospital? There are some uniqueness, if there are, then differentiate and then identify so that we can know that the 10 departments that we have got different respondents. Right? At the end of your analysis, the finding that you have already done, you need to know the value of the finding. You do a case study, and the findings that you have already done, you do not get the value of the finding. I think that would be something that might not be complete. All our research that we do must have some kind of value, some kind of value. So that it is valued by the organization or valued by the certain people who are interested in your study. Then only research is of value to the public. So you're not wasting time. You're not wasting time. You're not wasting public money. You're not wasting public time. Public. Right. So once you have done that, I got here. You need to endorse from the case owner. Either the case owner is the department head. You go department by department, or you go by case, or hospital A, hospital B. And another method of validation is you look at your findings and try and share their findings with some people of authority. So you share your findings with some people of authority. The Ministry of Health, for example, could be sourced. Some very senior medical people who have retired to some good and valid sources. Right. So where are we now? Who's end up at the writing up process? You finish your draft, you know the value, you know the findings, you got endorsement from whoever person you would want to make sure that they have looked at your finding. You have shared the finding, and I think you are now comfortable enough to go into the report. Do we write? Now today's number of persons who are listening to this talk are mostly PhD students. I will therefore discuss the report that I'm going to write as a case study with reference to a PhD candidate. So a case study is just a research methodology. But what you write in your thesis depends a lot on the university that you are working on. Different universities have got a different approach, have got a different format. If it is a normal PhD thesis writing research, you have got that standard format. But the moment you use a case study as a research methodology, different universities will have a different approaches towards whether how the format of a case study research should be like. All right. For example, if I do a normal case study in a normal PhD thesis, I will have to go to chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as you all aware, which is introduction, research problem, problem statement, research question, research objective. I got to go to literature review sector. I got to go to the methodology chapter, and I got to go to findings and analysis. That's a normal PhD thesis with a research methodology using a case study. But some universities will treat case study as different, right? Depending on how many case studies that you do. Just now I mentioned we do 2 case studies comparing between 2 hospitals. So the findings here, they will be very, very interested to know what are the findings of the 2 different hospitals. So your format of your thesis now have to be different. You've got one chapter on case A, you've got one chapter on case B. You've got another chapter on combine the 2 cases and what are your findings. Unique findings, general findings, right? And then you have your conclusion will be different than if you had done your normal PhD thesis. Another university recommend that for a PhD thesis using the case study approach, you must have 5 cases. So what is your PhD thesis format then? 5 cases alone will give you 5 chapters. You need a chapter on chapter 1 to general introduce what the 5 cases are about. And we need a final chapter to consolidate all the 5 cases that you have done. So that particular PhD thesis got a different format if they use a case study as a research methodology. Right? This is just something like those who are familiar with PhD thesis, where they collect 5 journal articles to become their thesis. So this is similar to university, and they ask the students to use 5 cases. They will collect all the 5 cases and have a introduction chapter and have a concluding chapter at the end. Which is better? We are not going to argue on that. What we are going to argue is of the findings of the cases. It's one case or 5 cases, whether they do it as a normal PhD format or a different case study format. It is of value to the people who read. It is of value to the people who are interested in that kind of your case study analysis, right? So you are now in a situation where when you write your final chapter, sorry, not write the final phase of your research, whether you're following the normal thesis requirement or your university have a PhD format for case research methodology, for case study research. Alright, so what is more important to me, I think, is other than the general finding, we need to know the value of the finding. If the 2 case studies that we did on 2 hospitals, we need to know the value of it. If the case study that you do are 5 different corporations, each handling 5 different functional areas, then what is the value of findings to the company? If the company value case study, they should be able to give some recognition. For example, each of the case study that you did solve 5 problems that they are facing. And for each problem, you can quantify the monetary value, the value of your analysis. Then the company that you are doing the case study on would like to give you the recognition, give you the endorsement with your 5 case studies. The value of your case study findings are when you total up all the values of each case study, you can come out to the value of your research. And the owner, which is the owner or the CEO of the company, endorse that, meaning all your analysis are being given recognition. Remember, when we some case studies are applied case studies. I mean, it can be easily implemented. Some case studies are recommendation. That means the company has got a choice whether to follow or not the what you are recommending. It is very sad all your recommendations are not recognized. Then I think your analysis in terms of relevance is quite low, and this is not what we want. When we do a research at PhD level on study methodology, the relevancy must be very high. And then it is worth it, and then your work will be recognized. So this is what I was talking about. Significance, uniqueness, and whether your case study is complete or not. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, okay, sorry. I ended the last slide exactly at the 50 minutes. So I hope I have enough time. If you need to ask any questions on what I've said, okay, so I have to admit I ran through all the slides very fast. Anybody, I don't think you have a chance to recall, but those who are doing case study as your PhD thesis methodology, you might want to have some questions for me. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman of the Colloquium, I end my speech and now I'm opening myself to any question and answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And terima kasih sangat. Sir, you exposed key components of qualitative research and case studies. Under that, you have explained us in very important two components and what is the qualitative research and what is the qualitative research tools and analysis. And in the part two, you have explained what is the case study methodology. I would like to invite Dr. Khairil Khalil, Dean, Institute of Postgraduate Studies, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, to conclude the keynote speech with your word. And dear participant, if you have any questions, please you can unmute or raise your hand. We will unmute your mic. Then you can ask your questions or type your inbox. We will read your question. Dr. Khairil Khalil, the floor is for you, sir.
Let's do the question and answer first.
Okay, so if you have any questions, participant, please you can ask. Yes, there's a participant.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Raised hand. Please ask your question, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. My name is Mojid, sir. Please, I have some questions to ask, sir. We all know that research methodology is the art of the research. That is the art of the work you are doing, sir. And I've been having these challenges that I need to find answers to by the experts. Some school of thought agree that quantitative and qualitative are the same thing as primary and secondary. I will need a clarification from you, sir, if it is allowed. When you have quantitative and qualitative, and you have primary and secondary. That is the first question, sir. There's the second question. Life experience, can it be used as a methodology? Those are my two questions, sir.
What is your second question again?
Said life experience.
Oh, life experience.
Can it be used as methodology?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The first question is whether secondary data and primary data. Right. So my understanding of primary and secondary data is not related to whether the one is quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative data have both primary and secondary data. Qualitative data also have got both primary and secondary data.
Okay.
My definition, my understanding of primary data are data that you are generating by yourself that you got from the respondent. Right? Therefore, the data is primary. A survey is what you have done, and then we take that as a primary data. That data is not obtained from anywhere else. Right? So that survey can be both qualitative or quantitative research. But secondary data are data that is already available. So the document, the annual report, financial statements, we would treat them as secondary data. Whether they are quantitative or qualitative, it doesn't matter. A secondary data can also be qualitative. If it is a speech by the president, that it is a speech, it is already published, it is a written document, and you take that becomes a secondary data, although it is qualitative in right. So therefore, my answer to you, whether it's quali or quanti, whether it's primary or secondary, it all depends on whether the data is you yourself generate. On your second question, whether your experience can be used in your qualitative analysis, you are not encouraged to use your experience. Not encouraged. But when you do your survey, when you do your collection of data, you might want to use your experience to find out the words in your questions that you ask to the respondent, so that you get the right response based on the experience that you have got. Right? So that experience that you have, you are going to use that, and you're going to influence the questions that you ask. So directly for whether your experience can be used, not directly, but indirectly. But
Okay, sir.
later on, when you do analysis, you are now in a situation where you are now also an expert. When we do an analysis, we analyze the data that you have collected. When you collect the data, you collect the data based on you are just a reporter. You're not using your experience at all in collecting the data. But when you do the analysis, you now can become the expert. Now can become the expert. Right? Therefore, in your analysis, you find out that there are some findings that is not in line with your experience. Now, you cannot therefore use your experience to nullify such finding, but you might use your experience to try and get some thoughts from some people who will come into a discussion with you. That's why we call you triangulate your findings because you have got your experience to say that something is not quite right. But to use that in your findings and analysis is not quite fair if you use some other people's experience. That's what we call the focus group to bring in their thoughts about it. Now you can use your experience to help control the discussion on focus group. But if all of them do not agree with you, then you have to admit therefore that your experience is not being recognized. Alright?
Okay,
That's
sir.
about your experience.
Okay, sir. There is another question from the chat box. I can read the question.
Yes.
Good morning, Professor. This is the questions from Dr. Lal Duluvira from Sri Lanka. Good morning, Professor.
Yeah, morning.
Credibility and honesty of interviews, data collection of the researcher is suspicious since the sample prospect are anonymous in case studies method of qualitative research. Hence, some universities encourage mixed method. Maxwell, he cited like that, Maxwell 1993. How would you use a yardstick to measure of researchers' honesty of case studies?
Okay, thank you very much. Honesty is something that we have to assume, we have to give the responsibility of that honesty to the supervisor. Right? The supervisor have got a very important role to make sure that our data that's collected is of high level of validity. That's the supervisor. That's why when we have got a supervisor who is far away from the student, now that becomes a very difficult. That's why we need the students to have another co-supervisor that is within his environment to help you in validating some of the data. Because when we talk about data validation, you will communicate with the co-supervisor in that place to ask certain questions, right? To ask certain questions, and the question that you ask are questions that is testing the validity of the data that this is. A simple question would be, hey, have you seen the sample respondents data? Did you collect? Do you see physically the questionnaire that have been written by the respondent? Do you see the response given by the various respondent? Are you sure that the respondents are all different and not from the same person? What I'm trying to say is, can a student sit under a tree and do respondent for 20 different respondents? Well, I think that's some of the question that uh, you were asking just now, that how do we make sure that these are valid data? And that has to be done by the immediate supervisor. A very experienced supervisor will be able to indicate, will be able to identify, will be able to locate amongst the questionnaires that have been used for analysis, whether those are valid responded, valid response from the valid. Now, how do we do this? Okay, that's where experience supervisor is very critical. Very critical. At the end of the day, we cannot 100% prove that these are all genuine respondents. All right. So, of course, a simple question is, can I have a look at all the 100 questionnaire that you received? Can I have a look at all your sample? Can I look at all the answers? Right? If you see a certain pattern, you as a supervisor should be able to give a rough estimate whether those respondents questionnaire that you have checked are valid respondents. And I cannot say any more than that because experience are able. Another method is, okay, I think your questionnaire is not enough. Can you take another 20 more respondent sampling? Can I go around with you to see how you respond, how you get your respondents back? Right? Do we have the address of all the 20 respondents? Those are the things that we sometimes use to cross-check on the validity of right here today. We definitely can have handful numbers of all the respondents. So a quick check will tell you whether the respondent did respond to the questionnaire or not. And so today there are a lot of mechanisms we can check whether the respondents are genuine or not genuine. Of course, we hope that the number in this category is not many. Sorry, I have responded to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, participant? Yes, we are going to move the next things that the flow is over to you, sir, Dr. Khairul Khalil. You can conclude the keynote speech, please.
All right. Thank you, Ziad. First of all, thank you very much to Professor Zainal Abidin Muhammad for his
welcome. My pleasure.
Keynote speech. Give him an round of applause, please. And I am especially...
Prof. Kumar, you are around.
Yes, Prof. Zainal. Good morning to you. I'm listening.
Sorry, I didn't see you just now.
Prof, I think you can say something. Prof. Zainal, Prof. Prem, you wanna?
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Prof. Zainal. I think thank you, Dr. Khairi. I would like to thank Prof. Zainal and for the participants here for your information. Let me share with you a little bit about Prof. Zainal. A little bit, just with your permission, Prof. Zainal. Yeah. This is the gentleman that I first met when I wanted to take up my PhD. After finishing my MBA, in 1998, then I wanted to do my PhD, and I first looked at his profile, and then I walked into his room with his appointment, and I met up with him and talked to him about my PhD. And he is the one who guided me and told me, if this is the subject that you're going to take, you please look for this professor. Yeah. So that's how PhD gets started in my life. Yeah. So he was the first person, and I got to know him when he took a class for me for my MBA. He took a class. Yeah. And that was interesting. The paper was really beautiful. And after that, I was attracted to his way of taking it. And I thought I can be his student. Yeah. But then when I proposed my topic to him, he said, no, you look for this gentleman, Professor Muhammad Sulaiman from USM. He will be the right person to take you through. Yeah. So that's how I got started in my PhD. Yeah. Way back, that was about 20 years ago. So thank you very much, Prof. Zainal. And I always, appreciate your class when I took my MBA with you in UUM. Yeah. I know that you were seconded to UUM for a short period of time, from UPM. So it was very enjoyable. And also knowing that today you are the most renounced person when it comes to case study in Malaysia, and being the chairman of the Case Study Association of Malaysia. So I think we are very fortunate to have you today, this morning. taking our PhD students through, and we hope that you will always be, in sync with us in terms of supporting our PhD students, and not only just for this talk, and also we are looking forward for you to take up some of the examiner's role in Malaysia University of Science and Technology. Prof. Zainal, thank you once again, Prof.
Okay. Thank you for your kind words. Okay. My pleasure, my pleasure.
You see how humble is he? Normally, you need to wait for a long queue to take appointment, but he made my life easy. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Carey, I think back to you, Dr. Carey and Nirusha.
Carey, you're mute.
Yes, sir. Dr. Khairid, the floor is for you.
You're muted, Dr. Carey.
Dr. Carey, you're muted.
Yeah. Ziad, you can continue with the next section. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. The next event is more salient event as the prevailing COVID-19, which crushes and everything transmit into our palm. Quality and standard of higher education. The topic will elucidated by our president of eminent university, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Prem Kumar Rajagopal. The floor is for you, sir.
Okay, are you all able to see my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
My notes?
Yes,
Yes, all right, good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, once again, very good morning, and thank you for giving me this slot. IPS, thank you for giving me this slot. Well, what I'm going to share with you today is, it is going to be totally different from the norm that you see on quality and standards in higher education. Yeah, I'm looking at higher education from an industrial view. Yeah, as an industry guy, what is quality and standard in higher education? This is what I'm looking at. Yeah. Now, let us look at the higher education institution. Yeah. Like, academic programs are like a collection. Yeah. A collection of products universities are offering to the market. So when you say a program is of high quality, yeah, it actually reflects a collection of all the features and characteristics of a product, yeah, that contributes to its ability to meet the customer needs and requirement. Now let's get back to the PhD program itself. Yes, we know very clearly PhD is a journey that students will embark, yeah, an independent journey, a little bit of guidance from the supervisor, yeah, and a lot of self-discipline is needed. But then, as a higher education institution, universities need to look into the features that can support this PhD. So the mechanism that supports the PhD. And this Colloquium is one of the mechanisms to support the PhD. Yeah. So this is how we need to look at quality. And quality, again, who determines the quality of a product? Does the institution determine the quality? No. It is the customer who have to say that, yes, this university is of high quality. So quality is customer facing. It's measured by our customers. Yeah. Of course, we have a lot of bodies that measure the higher education quality. Like in Malaysia, you have MQA. Then you have the QS, the Times, and all. But end of the day, it is a customer. Now, when I say customer, I'm not just only looking at students. No, it is the employers outside there, the employers who are out there waiting to take our students, yeah, into their firm or organization. Yeah. And also those bodies who are actually sponsoring students to study. Yeah. Those institutions who are sponsoring students to study. Yeah. So, and of course, followed by the student themselves. So that's how quality is supposed to be measured. Therefore, the goal should be for any university to meet the client's requirement and expectations. Reasonable requirements and expectation. I use the word reasonable. Sometimes, some students, they go set expectations which are not reasonable. Yeah, like in PhD, yeah? Getting your supervisors to do the grammatical checking for you. Yeah, I think that's not expected. Yeah? So sometimes there is a tendency to think that quality means, best advertisement, the best website, the best circulation, the best, research publication, and everything goes into 100%. Is that quality? No. Quality as it applies to an object, by definition, product, services, or process is defined as the degree to which, when you say quality, it is actually referring to the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics or attributes of the object that satisfies the set of requirements. Yeah? Like PhD, what are the attributes? What are the attributes that we are looking at? Now, for Malaysia University of Science and Technology, our attributes, as we have laid it very well, clearly. We have a guideline. This is what the student need to produce. This is the journey of the students, year 1, year 2, year 3. Yeah, this is the journey. Yeah, you have progress update in the Colloquium. You got proposal defense, and then you got pre-Viva and Viva session. And then you have the support mechanisms and the online digital library, and then the requirement that you need to publish papers. So these are the attributes. Now let's look at the higher education at a glance, very high level. The pre-modern, yeah, people will, when you talk about this education, they were talking about liberal studies of humanity and philosophy. That's how education started. And then pre-industrialization. Yeah. Higher education was like a hub for ideology. Yeah. If you walk into Harvard, you can see that. Yeah. Their old campus, how they preserve it, and basically it was all about ideology. Yeah. And observation and experimental thoughts. Today we study MBA, a subject called OB, organizational behavior. Many years ago, that OB, organizational behavior, was actually an experimental lab. Yeah. They had a lab to study OB. Yeah. And then the next phase is industrialization. Yeah. Industrialization. This is where higher education, tend to look into industrial knowledge. Yeah. Especially the manufacturing, yeah, and so on, yeah, with the production environment, knowledges of how to get the raw mats to work in progress and then to finish goods. And also preparing for job markets. University were responsible to prepare students for job markets, yeah, job-ready students. And today, what is higher education? Higher education has transformed. Seriously, higher education has transformed. I was giving a talk 2 weeks ago in the SC Tech. It's an international conference, yeah, in the US. I was one of the speakers, and my topic was actually the role of university and professional bodies. The future for university and professional bodies, it's such a way that they need to coexist. These two institutions need to coexist. They cannot exist by themselves. Universities just cannot go by themselves, and professional bodies just cannot go by themselves. They have to coexist, meaning to say They have to come together and then create synergy for the customers. Yeah. So it is all about today's present world is all about technology, that is digitalization. And we have witnessed this in COVID-19. Before COVID-19, when someone talked to you about online, digitalization, technology, apps, maybe you were not that much interested. But today, it is a norm that everyone will have to use it. Yeah. Research skills. Yeah, you need to have. Today, industry wants not just a bachelor's degree student, but they also want someone who has got some fundamental of research. Not like a PhD research, but some fundamental. Just basic. When you want to present an idea, you need to know what you're talking about. You need to have evidence and facts to support your arguments. Yeah. So then the last one today, present world, we are looking at soft skills. Yeah. What soft skills? Of course, when you say soft skills, immediately you think of communication. You think of leadership. But it's beyond that. Critical thinking. Critical thinking. This is very highly demanded. In my experience, I've seen that students are really lacking these critical skills. Yeah. Looking at things and critically analyzing it. Yeah. Like when you look at a lime, you have a lime in your hand, you take it up and look at it. Don't just think about the lime, the taste of the lime, but go beyond that. The texture, yeah, the scheme, yeah, the color, yeah, how long the lime can last, or the lime that you're holding, how many days it has been after harvest. Going beyond things, yeah. So these are what the current universities has to get themselves ready with, yeah. Who are the stakeholders in higher education? For Malaysia, yes, you have NQA, you have Ministry of Education, key stakeholder. You have parents as stakeholders, students and industry guys who are hiring. These are all the stakeholders. Yeah, and also some, those bodies which provide soft loans for students and so on. Yeah. So as an institution, you are also responsible to ensure that you take care or you build good relationship with all these stakeholders. And as a university, the standards, what are the indicators that you need to look at? The categories, the main category, administrative. Yeah. Where you look at the mission and vision of the university. Yeah. And what are the standards and goals in terms of getting the functionality of the university going? Number two, the student support. How are you going to get your students supported well? Yeah. Not only just taking them through classes and then finishing them and graduating them on time, but also look at how you are going to get them be ready, especially if undergraduates. Yeah. And if you're thinking that, you want to really score high in your employability, you need to get your students ready to even interview session. Prepare them for mock interviews. Yeah. Tell them to understand the culture of organization, what other organizations are doing. What are the different cultures that you need to adapt to? Yeah. So that's what student support is. And as I mentioned just now, that you need to get your students ready for research skills, right? So how do you get your students ready for research skills? Simple. Guide them through. Yeah. And if there isn't a subject research methodology, try to put that thoughts into the project management skills and so on. Yeah. And the third category of indicators a university need to have for its standards and quality is instructions. Yeah, this is where the teaching and learning happens. Yeah, the teaching and learning, quality indicators that, which are relevant to teaching and learning. And then you look into the competency of the instructors, the teachers, the lecturers. Yeah. What are the competencies that you need to? There may be one or two lecturers who are very good, knowledge-wise excellent, very good. but in terms of delivery, they're not good. Yeah. So you need to also look into that skill sets. And the last one is graduate on time, students' performance. Yeah. How do you ensure that students are getting graduate on time? And what are the critical skills and knowledge that students need to have? And the ability, yeah, to be employed immediately. So these are all the categories of indicators. Yeah. Now, having said the quality, having said uh, the categories of indicators that university have and the stakeholders. Now, what are the challenges that universities are facing? Number one, rising students' expectation from stakeholders. Wow. Rising students' expectation is really, really increasing. Yeah. Graduates are expected to be multidisciplinary. Yeah. The stakeholders, yeah, they are not just looking at engineering means, bachelor's in engineering, then they're not only looking at the guy to be very good in civil or electrical or mechanical, but they're also looking at the engineers who are going to graduate, going into the job market, to also be skillful in leadership, also to be skillful in presentation skills, communication skills. So multidisciplinary. So maybe it's time for the university to look into this, balancing it up. Yeah, balancing it up. Yeah. How do we put this? Do we need to revamp our curriculum? Or do we need to go back to the Ministry of Education and say that let's follow the US model? The US model says what we need to do is we need to have first 2 years of basic degree. And then after that, we need to move from basic degree to where they're going to specialize. Like doing medicine in the US, that's how it works. You need to have a basic degree in biology or science. Then only you take up your MD program. So that is multidisciplinary, right? So maybe that's one of the challenge today for higher education. The second one is technology and digital innovations and the norms. Wow. At Malaysia Institute of Science and Technology, we are already looking at how to have augmented reality, gamification, taking our students through the process. We're already thinking about it, and we already invested now into a software where the software provides gamification, taking our students through. So no choice. We have to go and get that going. We have to explore that. Operating in a global context. Like today, we have the Colloquium. We have students here in the Colloquium from Sri Lanka, from India, from China, from Nigeria, Ghana, Maybe I missed one or two other countries, But today we are global. So Malaysian Institute of Science and Technology has to operate in a global context. So when we have some special seminars and so on, we need to look at the best timing. Like recently when I took my PhD wisdom talks, a series of talks in the YouTube. I have to look at the best timing. Like yesterday night, I had a meeting with the US guys on the ISEA as a board member for the International Supply Chain Education Alliances in the US. Their meeting started at 9 p.m. Malaysian time and 9 a.m. their time. And if you're calling someone from Mexico, again, it's again 1 hour behind. So 13 hours. 13 hours. So we need to learn how to operate in the global context. Universities. And the next one is the rising cost and shifting of fundings. With all this digitalization, computerization, all these things happening, of course, it comes together with the investment. So we need to put in the investment. So sustainability is a big challenge for us. And also, how do we support weak students? Those students who are like B40 and so on, how do we support them? Where do we look for funding sources for the university, for the student, for the expansion? Maximizing facilities. As blended learning is happening, and virtual learning. So facilities are left underutilized. So if today someone is telling that, hey, we want to expand our campus, we want to buy another building, we want to expand, open up 2 or 3 more classrooms, I would tell them to seriously think twice. Take that money and put it for something else that will add value. Yeah. Because today we are going on online, virtual learning and blended learning. So why do you need to invest on this? Might I say you invest on the real value for students. Yeah. Next, making research sustainable. Yeah. Industry is also conducting research. Universities are conducting research. So it is like, you're on a race. Yeah. And as university professors and faculty members and students, here we need to produce research that is cutting edge. Cutting edge research. And in the industry, we cannot be conducting a research for 3 years. Your bosses will not like it. In the industry, when you talk about research, basically the research must be less than 6 months. Yeah, midterm. So here we are conducting research and it takes us about 3 months. Why? Because we are in the process of guiding the students, yeah, getting the students into the culture of research. That's why it's taking us time. But after that, we can have postdocs, postdoctoral program, yeah, 1 year, and come out with beautiful research, cutting edge research. Attracting and retaining best talent. This is another big challenge for university. As an administrator, I've seen this in my experience. Yeah, attracting good faculty members isn't easy. Yeah, there are many things that motivates great faculties, not just money. Yeah, there are also other things that attracts faculty members to the university. Yeah, and the existing good ones, how do we retain them? Now, we have Prof. Bajaya with us for many years. How do we retain them? We have Dr. Harvey for many years with us. Yeah. Now we have Prof. Sel. How do we retain, continue to get them to stay with us? Yeah. This is another challenge. Now, so what is this all about in the university? In summary, today's university need to look into value-added mission. It's all about value-added mission. And this is the only valid approach today. By value-added, we mean what is improved about students' capabilities or knowledge as a consequences of their study education in a particular university. Yeah. How do we improve certain capabilities or knowledge? Yeah. Like for example, when you talk about supply chain, we don't just only give them the theory of supply chain, but we enrich our students' knowledge by giving a lot of case studies. Yeah. We give them a lot of case studies. Yesterday, I was reading an article about incremental revenue. Incremental revenue is another channel of revenue. And how does innovation bring in incremental revenue? And how do you measure that as a KPI for organization? A very good example is actually Coke. Yeah? Coke came up with cherry Coke and lime Coke, Diet Coke. That is the exact example, that's the right example of incremental value that was brought in through innovation. Yeah, beautiful innovation. Yeah. The Coke, lime, cherry, and Diet Coke, they are real innovation that brought in another stream of revenue. Yeah, incremental. Yeah. So we in the university, we need to look at how we can add value to students, not just by giving them the theory and knowledge, but also by building the capabilities, that is giving them the real case study and getting them to solve the case studies. Yeah. And this is where Malaysia University of Science and Technology today, we are working with CMI, and we have been accredited by CMI. And all students studying with us with MBA, apart from earning the MBA, once they complete, they will also get a level 7 certificate from CMI, UK, Chartered Management Institute of UK. All students studying with us on supply chain logistics and MBA, we have got 2 subjects in MBA that we offer: supply chain subject, supply chain dynamic, and supply chain global. When they complete the subject, we will guide them through taking the exam with the International Supply Chain Education Alliances in the US. And they complete the exam, they will be given a certified professional, certified professional in sustainable supply chain. It's a value. And for students, when we issue certificates, not the scroll, certificates, we will be able to place the QS rating and ranking. And we have obtained employability 100%, 5-star, and rating 5-star, another 5-star in teaching. These are all value added. So when you go to the employer, you can say that, hey, if I'm coming with a 5-star in employability and 5-star teaching university. ESIC is another accreditation body in the UK. And this is beautiful. EQUIS is the latest achievement of Malaysia University of Science and Technology. As you know, the gold standard for higher education in the world today is EQUIS, AACSB, and AMBA. And today, we are a registered member of EQUIS. And this wasn't easy. It was really, really challenging. And in Malaysia, there are only 6 universities who are recognized by EQUIS. And we are one of them. All in, there are about 60 over universities in Malaysia. And our goal is to go for the accreditation of EQUIS. That is really challenging. In the world, there are only about 118 universities in the world accredited by EQUIS. So can you imagine if we are taking the challenge to go for the accreditation of EQUIS? In Malaysia, there isn't even a single university with EQUIS accreditation. No, it's not. There are a couple of universities who went for it and failed. But we are going for it. And then the AACSB. EQUIS is from Europe, AACSB in the US. We're also going for that. And today we are already a member of AACSB. And we are going for the accreditation in another 2 years. EQUIS another 3 years. This is how we add value to our students. Why EQUIS? Why AACSB? Because AACSB and EQUIS, they have their standard. Once we meet the standard, then we meet the industry needs. Now, some focus in terms of standards, the QS top universities. For them, when you say standards, they're looking at academic reputation, employer reputation, citation, blah. These are all QS standards. Let us look at others. In a study conducted by Berkeley and Minasins, they've identified 8 common areas where 50% of the universities they researched, they use these 8 indicators. And another study conducted by Don Turkla, out of 66 colleges and universities, 50% of the dashboard, they measured these 7 areas. Running quickly through, And University of Greenwich University, they are measuring the 4 areas: education, outstanding learning and teaching, research being the world-class research and knowledge, community supported by various programs for students, and service. These are the 4 areas they are looking at. Malcolm Baldrige Quality Award for universities. They're looking at the university need to have a very good strategic plan. They need to have proper budget. They need to build a career for their students and information services in the university. Now, for Malaysia University of Science and Technology, our approach for number one, stakeholders' interest. We want to focus on industry and student. Of course, we have other stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier, but our primary focus is student and industry, these two. Their interest is the most important thing for us. Yeah, we always want to make sure that we align to the industry's current and pressing needs. Number two, we want to focus on learning and teaching, the goals that are related to students and academic staff, not only for students, but we're also looking at academic staff. Today, we already have the Emerald database, yeah, open. If you are physically present in the university, you don't need to have password and user ID. Straight away, you can log in if you're present in the university. And this is for faculty and students. Yeah, we also planning to send our faculties for some further studies. Yeah, some professional certification. Like last 2 months ago, we got about 13 staffs who went through the examination of CPLM, yeah, a professional certified logistics practitioners, yeah, that exam. And now a few more faculties are preparing for CMI. Then the third one is the internal services, yeah, the functions that we have, the secondary function, not the primary. Teaching and learning is the primary function. Internal service is the secondary, the support group, like admission record, exam, student experience, IT, seat, HR library. And the last one, the university, we are going to focus is building the community. Goals related to building relationship with alumni and community goals in general. Yeah, we also want to be responsible to the community that we serve. Yeah, and this is for sustainability. Now, these are the four approach that Malaysia University of Science and Technology is taking, and we are working towards that. So I'm done. Sorry, some or other exceeded by 5 minutes. Now I open for Q&A. Yep.
Thank you very much for your valuable words. So there is a question in the chat box from Gobind Naidu. What would happen if quality was compromised in order to earn a higher degree? Your thought, Prof.
Yeah. What would happen if quality was compromised in order to earn a higher degree? Okay. Education is something very noble, very noble. And we should never, never compromise on quality. We always have the approach of supporting and helping our students. Yeah, but never to compromise quality. If a student obtained 49 marks and that is deemed to be fail, then it's a fail. Don't compromise on that. Yeah. If we tend to compromise on quality of education, then when the student goes to the industry or to the work and setting environment, yeah, and the students cannot perform to the expectation given by the immediate supervisor, then it's a bad reflection of the university, the higher education. Yeah. And in the long run, through my experience, I have seen in the long run that those institutions who compromise on quality, they are not able to sustain. Their sustainability will be at stake. Okay, Gobind, I think I have answered yours. Now let's look at the second question. What is the unique selling proposition for MUST by Dr. Lal? Dr. Lal, well, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, we are not in the process of selling. No, we are not selling anything. Yeah. Our main task or mission is to ensure that we are able to build the right set of knowledge and capabilities for our students. And moving forward, our theme or our goal is teaching the science of change. Please take note of it. Yeah? This is for all of you, not only for Dr. Lal. We are here to teach the science of change in whatever discipline that you're looking at. Yeah? And that is our uniqueness. This is how we differentiate ourselves as compared to others. Yeah? We are teaching the science of change in any discipline, in any field. Let it be IT, let it be logistics, let it be supply chain, let it be business. Yeah, we are teaching the science of change. Next, establishing a compelling competitive advantage that resonates beyond local context. What the must strategic weapon to achieve this? Well, in the Malaysian setting today, competing in Malaysia is not healthy. Yeah, there are too many players of higher education, and the mission of Malaysian Institute of Science and Technology, the purpose of Malaysian Institute of Science and Technology is to build the right set of knowledge and capabilities, among our graduates, and ensuring that they are market ready. That is our purpose. And today, we are looking at one more thing, that is teaching the science of change. That's what we're looking at. And now, as we go global, we are not forgetting our local culture. So I would say that we stick to the word glocal, meaning to say we'll go global, but we act local. Meaning to say, if we are having MBA program in Nigeria, yes, it is global extension of Mars University in Nigeria. But then when we teach, for example, the supply chain or whatever subject that we teach according to their local need of their country. That is our competitive advantage. And we know in Nigeria, the biggest challenge is transportation. Yeah. And as we take our MBA there, and we are serious and we bring in the case studies of the local to get them to understand so that they can assimilate easily. Similarly, when we take a class in China, Shanghai, and when we teach MBA there, again, we apply the global approach. That is, we talk about one road, one belt, one road, and the supply chain disruption that has happened in China. And when we talk about leadership, we talk about the leadership of the local leaders. Yeah, local prominent leaders, not political leaders and business leaders. Yeah, that is our approach. Yeah. So for us, we hold to the local concept as to be our competitive advantage, and that is complemented again by our international recognition and accreditation that we are achieving. Yeah, we laid our plans very well. We started off with the very basic recognition, that is ASIC. Then we went into QS. We went to QS, not ranking, rating. Then we went into ranking, to become the Asia's best school, And then we move on. We move to AACSB. Then we move to EQUIS. You see that? So at the same time, we complement, our mission, our purpose, together with international recognition, rating, and ranking, so that our programs are internationally acceptable. I see another question by Govind. Prof, how do you see the value stream mapping versus process mapping in the area of added value? Wow, this is a bit technical question, Now, value stream, there are several processes that you look at, when you talk about values, channels. Value stream refers to the various channels, like for example, in terms of quality, in terms of teaching and learning, in terms of graduate employability. Yeah, these are all the value streams that we're looking at. And we have to look at these value streams and map it to the processes. When we say employability as a value stream, so then the processes that we need to have in order to support that value stream, employability. Yeah, we want to have 100% employability, meaning to say any student graduating from Malaysia University of Science and Technology, within 6 months upon the date of graduation, they get a job. That is the generally accepted indicator today about graduate employability. So that is the value stream. But then there's a process that we need to look at. So the process to get that, the process is this. We need to get the industry guys to come and sit down in our industry as an industry panel and help us to review a curriculum every 6 months to see the strength of the curriculum, the relevance of the curriculum to meet the industry challenge. So that's how we work. Yeah, I just gave you one example. One example. The other example could be students completing a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. Yeah, they don't need to go outside and sit for another professional paper. Like law, they do a bachelor's degree in law, then after that they have to sit for CLP, right? Yeah, yeah. So we do want that to happen for our students, where students with the business, IT, and logistics. Yeah, students who complete the logistics program, the bachelor's degree. In the curriculum itself, we have worked with the International Supply Chain Education from US, that they have given us the curriculum. So we take the curriculum and add on to our students, the third year students, and make sure that they are aligned to the professional needs of that body. And then we get them prepared to take up the exam. And that exam is not conducted by us. That exam is conducted by the US. And our students have to pass the exam in order to be certified. Yeah. So this is another area that we're looking at. Similarly for IBM and also CMI. Yep. Moving on, I'll take another question by Mojit. Prof, how can someone balance quality and working experience when there is quality but lack of work experience in the industry? Oh. Experience in the industry is very much depending on where and how you're experienced. There can be someone who has got 10 years working experience in the production or manufacturing, yeah, as compared to someone who is just 2 years working experience. Yeah, but the experience that that particular person have taken for the 2 years as compared to the 10 years is totally different. Yeah? So it's very difficult to compare that. Yeah, I've seen that. It's just that I'm running out of time. Otherwise, I can give you my own personal experience. Yeah, working in the industry. Yeah, I joined Intel in 1998. I joined Intel. Yeah, and when I asked my managers, I said, "How many years it took you to become a manager?" He said, 13 years. Yeah? So I told myself, I don't care. I'm going to work hard. You know, I give myself 5 years, and I must become a manager in Intel. So the experience of 13 years and 5 years, and I made it in 4.5 years. Moving from level 3 to level 4, level 4 to level 5, level 5 to level 6, level 6 to level 7, then you become manager in Intel. And then my final was level 8, yeah? So very difficult to compare that. Okay, guys, sorry, I got the signal from the organizer that I have to stop here. I have exceeded that given time slot. And if you have any other further question, we can always have some offline discussion. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure Dr. Khairi will support that. Thank you very much for your time. And I hope you will enjoy the other plans that has been laid out for you by IPS. Yeah, enjoy your colloquium. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
very much,
Thank you,
Professor.
Professor. Very nice. Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you. It was very educational, instructional. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are in the
education field. Really, this speech is the salient event in our life. Really, it is a fabulous contents with the 7 challenges in higher education, the meaning of how to teach the science of change, and what is the meaning of the global. So I have taken 2 words from here, science of changes and what is the global. And really, the MBA that you have told is really amazing. As I have experience, I have finished my MBA in the European University. The all case studies are taken from European context. I have asked from, why don't you take a case study from Sri Lankan context? But they ignore that. But I really appreciate and enjoy that your MBA's case studies are that you have told about the Nigerian case. So really it is amazing what the industry and what the people and what the students need. Thank you very much again, sir. We'll move to the next headline, next event from this agenda pipeline. It is a round table discussion. The discussion is moderated by Dr. Khairi Khalil. The panelists are Mr. Paul Lim, Mr. Harpreet, and Mr. Sangati. So these are the panelists, and moderator is Dr. Khairi Khalil, the Dean of IPS. The topic is research opportunities in industry. 1, the components of smart logistic and supply chains. Number 2, an overview of project management at this distribution network, TNB. Again, I tell the title, research opportunities in industries. 1 is the components of smart logistic and supply chain. Number 2, an overview of project management and distribution network. Thank you very much. The floor is over to you, sir. Dr. Khalil, please proceed.
Yeah, mute.
Okay, thank you, Ziad.
Yeah, okay.
First of all, thank you very much for the 3 speakers for our roundtable who has been waiting there patiently since half an hour ago, and we apologize for that. As announced by Ziad, we have 3 prominent speakers today. Mr. Paul Lim he's the founder and president of Supply Chain Singapore. And number 2 is Mr. Harpreet Singh, country manager of power distribution of TNB, that's Tenaga Nasional Berhad, our power supply in Malaysia. And number 3 number 3 is Mr. Sangati Mukherjee, senior engineer and lead trainer of Huawei Technology India. So welcome to everyone. Now let's just talk about logistics first. There will be 3 speakers. Each of them will be speaking for about 20 minutes, followed by question and answer specific to the topic of the speaker. And then we followed by the second speaker and question and answer. And then the third speaker and question and answer. And after that, if there are still question and answers on overall, we will entertain that. And also, if there is a problem with the presentation slides by the presenter, we will request you the presenter to email it to us so that we can take it over from here. All right, so the first one, we would like to invite Mr. Paul Lim, the founder and president of Supply Chain Singapore, to talk about components of smart logistics and supply chain. Please. Welcome, Mr. Paul Lim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm trying to say, can you hear me? Am I coming out loud and clear? Thank you.
Yes.
Folks, I'm actually the founder and president of Supply Chain Asia. Can I share my slides? I can't share my slides. My system doesn't even allow me to share.
Yeah, we can see your slide.
You can see.
Oh, you can see my slides already? Okay, good. Then let me do this, right? I mean, this invite is a pleasure. I'm a industry guy, so just now I hear your professor talking, and I'm trying to figure out how do I fit into this show. So, but let me share a bit where I come from. Supply Chain Asia is a not-for-profit organization. We are essentially founded this particular entity was founded in Thailand when I was working in Thailand in 2005. I brought it to Singapore after that and hosted us in Singapore. But Supply Chain Asia serves the entire region. We call ourselves Supply Chain Asia because we cover Asia Pacific. Our focus are not just supply chain, but supply chain logistics. Being not-for-profit means that we are extremely poor, but I'm not. I'm okay. I do a lot of work. But essentially it is, right? Supply Chain Asia is unlike a normal or your traditional logistics association, whereby the focus are on traditional operations. In fact, Supply Chain Asia, since we founded, has always been looking at trends and developments impacting the industry. For the last 5 over years, our focus has been on technologies. And we have discovered that technologies has impacted the industry a little bit in a fragmented manner. Different people feel the impact differently, not because they wanted to, but because of the lack of interest, or at least maybe the lack of guts to actually go into some of these technologies. And since all of you are PhD students, I think some of these things I'm going to share are quite interesting, because in the discovery of that technologies actually make sense for companies, the big question that keeps coming back is, why are they not adopting as fast? Is it because they don't know? And you being PhD students, you know, if you don't know what you don't know, it's very dangerous. If you assume that you know what you don't know, it's even more dangerous. And it's actually for a fact that we realize that in the industry, a lot of people don't really understand what they meant by smart technologies. And because they don't understand what they meant by smart technologies, their adoption is really, really slow. And many times the reasons comes out and says that it's because of cost. Let me put it bluntly, cost is never a factor if I spend the money, let's say I spend $100,000 and I get $10 million in return. Cost is not a factor. Cost is only a factor if I do not understand what am I getting in returns, right? So let me go on. Let me explain where we come from, all right? We focus on several technologies that we have been observing over this period of time. One is called Internet of Things. The other one, we know it as artificial intelligence, but I guess as PhD students, you know that it's beyond that. Artificial intelligence is more a descriptive element part of it. The real part of it is the use of machine learning, deep learning, and even as simple as robotic process automation to help to automate your processes and make your processes more intelligent. Effectively, using technologies like this to drive intelligence in your organization. Can it be done? The answer is yes. We went into this part and tried to understand robotics automation. And in fact, because of that, we use the word autonomous technologies. And the idea behind using the word autonomous technologies is because we realized that the use of robotics and automation was essentially to speed up and improve throughput. But in the logistics world, and like in the, you guys, how many of you are actually from Malaysia trying to figure out? So traffic jam, right? I built a road with 6 lanes, and then by the time I hit another junction, it's only 3 lanes, right? Then you get congestion. So if you understand the logistics world, you automate one process, and that process can have high throughput, but you never automate the process that takes on this current process. And what do you get? You get congestions. You get essentially things that goes wrong. So typical case would be factory producing a huge load of product output. And by the time they come out, the design of the warehouse or the facility is not to handle the output that's coming out. Congestion is one thing. Congestion normally leads to accidents, and congestion actually leads to a lot of mistakes. There's no accuracy. And the last part of it, which we really think is, I actually saw names coming from Vietnam. So I say wayang factor, only Malaysians, Singaporeans will understand. But the idea of showmanship, immersive technologies, but yet in that idea of showmanship, immersive technologies, we actually see potential applications coming on board. The ability to use AR, VR to complement your work and make your work more effective, or at least more interesting. The adoption of immersive technology is still expensive, partly because the cost is really high. But that one really not the game changer, and it's also not really a big barrier. It's just that it's just one part of the technologies that we don't see a quick adoption because it's not necessary. But let me start with the first one. Why I started with Internet of Things. The ability to create, or the ability to delegate human sensors to machines. Human senses, essentially the ability to see, the ability to identify, make decisions, giving it to sensors and sensors that can collect information on your behalf, help you to be even more accurate. In fact, if you are accurate and you are fast, you essentially don't even need any other technologies to improve your operations. So Internet of Things form one part of a base that we believe can get started. So here I actually put a few things like asset tracking, operations tracking, inventory management. Let me give you a simple case in point. We have folks who work in a 100,000 square feet warehouse, or let's say 30,000 to 100,000 square feet warehouse. And we ask them, sometimes you're looking for certain equipment, let's say a forklift. And the forklift is not around. How long does it take for you to find the forklift? And what's the problem or what is the consequence when you can't find your forklift? And they go like, oh, sometimes it takes half an hour to an hour because that idiot operator that just left yesterday, and because he was in a hurry, he left the forklift somewhere else and we didn't know where it is. It's not that you will never be able to find, you can find. It's a time taken to find a forklift that is totally redundant and unproductive. But if you're able to track your asset, you don't have to run all over the place to find. Okay, so case in point is really what Apple is doing with AirTag. New technologies that help you to trace your devices, to find your devices, not just with speed but with accuracy. Imagine this speed accuracy is brought into a warehousing, logistics, supply chain environment. Okay, this really create the kind of throughput and accuracy that we find missing because the technologies are not adopted. Are they expensive? Tags are coming out really cheap. The only expensive part is developing application management systems to run it, right? My next part is actually looking at the intelligence side, but instead of calling artificial intelligence, I use the word advanced analytics and business intelligence because I realized that there is a software part to it, software automation part to it, there's an AI-enabled APIs part to it. I'm sure some of you are very oriented towards tech part, and you understand that in today's technologies, I can actually develop applications outside my management systems, okay? Management systems, words being used on them are like legacy systems. They are not legacy as they are bad, slow, and cumbersome. They are legacy because they are standalone. But they are standalone mammoth that runs an entire organization, enterprise resource, okay? We're talking about ERP. But once outside the system, they become really slow because your guys are extracting information, putting it into another setup, putting into an invoice, sending it to your customers. And once you go into that part, your entire process slows down. It's as good as your warehousing operations, okay? Translating down, this is software side, data coming out, and you get data jam. So we see this part coming in quite strongly that the world will change if we can find a way whereby APIs can develop on the fly. So today it is coming through in the form of robotic process automation. Robotic process automation used to be very low end, more macros kind of style, you know, show you all the steps, take all the screenshot, do web scraping. Today, robotic process automations are becoming more and more intelligent, and they are some form of API without the API, the cumbersome API development costs and structure. The last part that we are seeing, or this part that we are looking at, is actually the consideration of conveying systems in the DC operation. We have normally think about conveying system in a warehouse as purely the use of forklift, pallet jacks, trolleys, etc., etc. Right? The idea is not just the conveying part, because we had instances whereby we have operators who tell us that, I'm not sure whether Malaysia and other countries have what the obsessive Singaporeans are to have, okay? 10,000 steps a day, right? So we told some of these guys, go and work in a warehouse, you will definitely make your 10,000 steps, not in a day, in 3 hours. And they say, why? They say, why are we walking so much in a warehouse? Because the warehouse is not designed in such a way that it is really productive. The transference of processes from one point to another point tend to be reliant on a operator to sort of push or move or carry. And that part we are saying that if we can find a way to interface the conveying system of a warehouse, not just building conveyor systems, but interface by building zones into our operations, and the transferring part, giving it to, I put here collaborative robots. Robots that can move autonomously between points, not running an entire warehouse. I could essentially raise productivity in a warehouse. Is it true? Can this be done? Okay, I think you see some of these robots in action. Some of them, like what I say, very showmanship, very wayang, but some of them are actually really real. They add a lot of throughput to an organization, but adding throughput is one part. They add a lot of accuracy into the way items are being picked, products are being moved. And that accuracy adding with the throughput, now I say, I mean, the investment become totally redundant because it really pay off by itself. Okay, finally, I mean, I share my part on the immersive technology. Okay, both part of it, we think that it's a way for it to play, but as we discover over the last 3 years, the cost of putting together the animation, okay, in AR and VR is very, very expensive. If it's cheap, it's definitely not good enough. Right? Cheap means I get some simple designer animators coming from school to do simple animations for me, and not professional enough. When it's professional, it's too expensive. So currently, being the too expensive and too cheap, we cannot find alignment. But we do think that it will come into play sooner or later in a strong way because of 5G technologies. The ability to push lots of data to site. Okay, then my last one, and really the last slide. Operational consideration. So in my consideration, I'm trying to say what makes a smart DC. I look into a smart DC and says that there are technologies that can come in and actually help a warehouse or distribution center to be a lot more effective than what they are today. But in order for that to happen, some technologies must come into play. But it's not a one-off silo adoption. It cannot be. It cannot be a singular outlook and says Internet of Things will solve all the problem, artificial intelligence will solve all the problem, autonomous mobile robots will solve all the problem. It cannot be that. It has to be a journey that can look at all this and then adopt it in a way that makes sense. In my context in Singapore, to make sense means that even your talent has to make sense. And are your people ready for some of these robots to be deployed? Are your people ready to have devices that watch them? But not because the devices want to watch them, but the devices is designed in such a way that they're tracking them. So we have a device that essentially tracks an operator within a confined environment. If I track an operator within a confined environment, the question the operator asks me is this: do I know where you are all the time? And I says, yeah. Then they says, even if I go to the toilet, I say, yeah, not just you go to the toilet. I know when you stay in the toilet, when you stay on the toilet. They says this is invasion of privacy. I said, actually, if you work for me from 8:30 to 6:30 and I pay you, 10,000 ringgit a month, hey, can I watch you? I should be watching you, right? To do the work for me, right? So I says, it's not that point. The point was, you can go into the point that says, I'm watching you and I'm invading your privacy and it doesn't make sense. But I'm actually not watching you for that sake. I'm watching you because where you are in the zones that I need to do my work, I can align my tasks. And that alignment of tasks makes me very effective. So putting all this into play with a management, with an overriding system that runs this kind of operations, it's not as simple as it is because today it really doesn't exist. Today it exists as components that's out there and it needs to be turned into an operational product or an operational solution. The challenge I see so far is that there are some companies who are doing it better than others, but nobody has a dominant right to all these solutions that's coming on board. So you being PhD students, you are looking for studies. One of it really is that your labor movement in a warehouse, the part that are they being effective? Can I measure utilization? How would that utilization help company decide and then be able to do their work really well? And because you guys are a lot more detailed, right? You go really deep because of your research. It would help company understand that that's why I say the dollar investment is a bit redundant if you understand that the throughput is not in multiple, it's in exponential benefits, right? Then that would make a lot of sense. Now, I think that for you all, on that aspect, that if you all can do all this, right? If you are in Singapore, and if Singapore is a base for you to conduct some of this research, I will be happy to host. But if you ask me to go to Malaysia to host, I'm sorry, at the moment, no. But Singapore mainly, if you are really coming here. And if you do come here, I run a platform called Innovation Playground. The Innovation Playground essentially brings all these technologies together to show how it can work. And it's the same platform that I use to tell companies what you see here, Smart DC or Smart DC. I got another project called Intelligent Supply Chain. Intelligent supply chain tend to be more information driven because I help collate information, make more intelligence out of the information collated. It's mainly transport, freight, movement of materials, procurement information. So we actually shows company how how technologies like what we have can assist them to do the work that they want to do. And last part, what I have in these technologies are partners who show it to me. So we don't sell, we are not for profit. Our idea is to curate, is to show, and then when people are interested, then to direct them to either the vendors as partners or to, let's say PhD are doing the research to the PhD students as potential background check on whether these guys are good or not good. Okay, I'm done, guys. It's a quick one.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pauline. Very interesting talk on the subject of smart logistics and supply chains. And with humor and examples, I think it makes it even more interesting. And thank you also for offering our students, if they want to do some research or some areas that you can help with them. And now with the remote learning and stuff, they don't have to go to Singapore. They can just do it, right? So take that opportunity, guys, for those who are doing research in this area. Okay, I open up for a couple of questions. Okay, so I read the chat first from Gobit. How do you see the IOB, Internet of Behavior,
IOB,
for operation performance?
Internet of Behavior, IOB, this is new to me. I guess the origination of IOB will be tracking behaviors through the use of Internet of Things. How do I see how this impacts?
For future operation performance.
Okay, wait. I see exponential benefits. If I can telling people that if I know where my people are within an operating area, and then I assign, so I delegate the task of aligning work within that operating area to a machine, right? In this case, to a computer system, I will be much more effective than anybody else. So you will never, it will be something like this, like no one will be walking more than they need to walk to get their work done. No one will be walking across the warehouse to get their work done. I give you a classic case, right? I have a warehouse supervisor who loves to call the people closest to him when he wants to find an item, even though the item is like at the other end of the warehouse. When there is someone at the other end of the warehouse, but he doesn't know. So for him, the convenience is to call this guy. But this guy say, hey, there's another guy who just walked there. Why don't you call him? See, this kind of convenience that the warehouse supervisor have is actually what I call that one that there's a redundancy, the mundane part that doesn't make sense. So I think that if you have something like this that you call Internet of Behavior, exponential increase in operation throughput and accuracy.
Very good. Anybody else have another question? Okay. While waiting for the others, if there's none, then I'll read the second question from Gobin. How do you see how do you see the IOB in the role of customer interaction and service providers?
Have you all heard about this technology called UWB, ultra wideband? If you have heard about ultra wideband is a live tracking indoor mechanism. And today, some companies, especially in the retail side, are using or are exploring the use of UWB because UWB has been embedded into the new iPhones. So new iPhones built in with UWB, right? So you could effectively track somebody when they're coming close to, say, a certain zone. And only, the worst one is this, you walk past and the TV switch on, right? How stupid is that? Can you imagine you walk past, the TV switch on, and it says, hello, Paul. And you go, oh, this is scary. It knows who I am, right? I tell you that personalization of promotion, this is the ultimate part that makes sense. The Minority Report where they scan your eyes and they call you by name and do your promotions. But it's a scary part that says that are we being intruded in privacy in ways that we don't want? Can we exclude? So the nice part about all this new technology is this: I can ask to be excluded, right? If I don't want to be tracked, and that part makes sense. But for me, I would love to be tracked. I love to walk around and say, "Hello, Paul," and I go, "Yes."
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to move on to the next speaker now. If there's still a question for Mr. Paul, we can do it at the end later. Thank you, Paul.
So I stay on, Karen?
Yes, you stay on until the end. Okay, next we will be calling Mr. Harpreet Singh, the Country Manager of Power Distribution, TNB, to give his talk. Thank you. On the subject of an overview of project management at Distribution Network, TNB.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, Dr. Karir?
Yes, yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Karir, for introducing me. And good day to everybody, especially our PhD students of Malaysian University of Science and Technology. Actually, I was quite inspired by the talk of Professor Dr. Prem Kumar just now. I feel like doing my PhD also soon. Maybe I need to find a good topic lah before I do something, something like that. So, okay. Greetings, everybody. Like to share with you some insights of what I'm doing at Tenaga Nasional. Maybe I would like to share my slides. Not used to this system. Normally we use Webex, so let me try to share. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, well and good.
Okay, just put it on slideshow. Okay, I'd like to just give a brief introduction of myself. Basically, I have been working for Tenaga Nasional, our electrical utility of Malaysia, for the past 30 years. And during my tenure at this organization, I started off working in generation projects. I'm actually a civil engineer by profession. So I started off as a civil engineer, and my main focus was doing hydropower projects. So I've been to a few. I've been involved. The biggest one, I think, which is quite popular, is Bakun in Sarawak. I was there, and before that, I was in a few other smaller ones, run-of-the-river projects like Sungai Pia Hydroelectric Project and also the Pergau Hydroelectric Project. And after working about 11 years in hydropower projects, I moved on to another division of Tenaga, which is called Distribution Network. So I've been here since, and what I'm going to share today will be focusing towards the end more on distribution network, what we do, especially on project management. So the content of my presentation today, first of all, I will give a bit of introduction of TNB's energy business, followed by our electrical system. Okay, we're going to look at the generation, the transmission, as well as the distribution part of it. And then I will zoom into basically what I'm doing right now, which is project management at distribution network. We'll look at the process of how we do project management, and I will also give some insights of the conditions of contract that we normally use in our contracts, which is FIDIC, FIDIC International Conditional Contract, and also a bit on the quality control. We call it PIAT, pre-commissioning and inspection and testing, and a bit on safety. Okay, the safety aspects of our work. Okay, just to give some information on the domestic business of TNB. Sorry. Okay, we will look at the main three core business of TNB, which is the generation of power, the transmission of power, and the distribution of power. Okay, in terms of generation, right now, the installed capacity of the entire country is 26,296 megawatts of electricity, okay, of power. And TNB holds about 57.2% of the power generation infrastructure. Whereas the IPP, independent power producers, they hold about 42.8%. Okay, the generation market share of TNB is about 51%, because some of the power generation plants are shared with other parties. So you can see the difference, 57.2% and 51%. Why there's a difference is because the market share, because some of the plants are shared actually. Although they are majoritarily owned, the major share is TNB, but we have some percentages going to independent power producers also. And if you look at the generation mix, we have a few type of generations, as you can see. Oil right now is almost diminishing because oil is very expensive, and it's very minimal, 0.01%. Normally we do use oil for portable generators in case of breakdowns. So we have this mobile kind of generator, I think you have seen on the road. So very minimal percentage of generation there. Solar is coming up. Later I'll share with you on the progress on solar. Okay, it's right now it's at 0.6%, still very low, but we are actually pumping up a lot of projects to bring up the percentage of solar generation. Hydropower, where I was involved before this, 3.1%. Okay, we don't have much hydropower, especially in Peninsular Malaysia, because you can, I think most of the hydropower has been harnessed, except for I think the latest one probably you have heard. There's another new project coming up in Ulu Terengganu in Malaysia Timur, the east part of Semenanjung Malaysia. Of course, there's a lot of potential in hydropower in the East Malaysia, Sarawak especially. We've seen Bakun, which is about more than 2,000 megawatts of electricity. There's Murum, about more than 1,000 megawatts of electricity, and many other potential projects. But the thing is, there's no demand in East Malaysia, and it's too expensive to transport, to transmit electricity to the peninsula. So it makes it economically not viable to harness the remaining hydro right now in East Malaysia. Okay, then we have the gas-powered stations, which are thermal, considered thermal station, and also coal-fired stations, about 53%. So the major share of the mix is more to gas and coal, which in future we will show you later. We are actually really pushing for renewable energy to increase the generation mix and reduce dependability on gas and coal, which is getting more expensive by the year. Okay, the equivalent availability factor right now, EAF, is 83.4%. EAF is basically the fraction of operating period in which a generation unit is available without any outage. So this is just like a factor there. All right. And if you look at the regulated business, if you look at the transmission and the distribution, transmission network, we have about 23,000 kilometers of transmission line. And we have about 443 main distribution or main transmission substations, and transmission system minutes of 0.27 minutes. What do we mean by transmission system minutes? Is that the number of time of interruption due to transmission system. So if there's any interruption of transmission in the transmission system, the average interruption time is 0.27 minutes right now. Okay. On the distribution part of it, where I am in right now, we have much more extensive length of distribution lines. It's about 660,000 kilometers of distribution lines, and we have about 81,327 distribution stations all over the country. We are talking about Peninsular Malaysia only. And then we have a SIDE of 48.1 minutes right now. Meaning of SIDE means System Average Interruption Duration Index. Okay, an average duration in minutes of interruption experienced by a customer in a year, an average. Okay, so it's right now 48.1 minutes. You're trying to bring it down by the year. Okay, we were doing something like close to 70 minutes 5 years down the road before this. But now we are improving, and we want to further improve by enhancing our system, our electrical system, so that we have a more stable system. Okay. And another information about our subsidiaries. We have some subsidiaries. Probably you have heard Remaco. Remaco is our repair and maintenance subsidiary, which is doing jobs not only in Malaysia but all over the world. We have some manufacturing subsidiaries, for example, Tenaga Switchgear, which is a supplier of our switch gears for our substations. Malaysia Transformer, who supplies all the transformers for our substations. Tenaga Cables, supplying all the cables. And also we have some companies which are dealing with renewables. For example, TNB Renewables, G Sparks, more on solar. TNB Energy Services, TNB Energy Corporation, Engineering Corporation, Allo Technology. These are more on RE. And also we have some education organizations. For example, you have heard of ILSAS, our training center for many years in Bangi. TNB Research, which is right behind that, behind ILSAS. And also Uniten, University Tenaga National, also in the same area. So all the three organizations, these are more educational in Bangi. So okay, this is an overview of our energy business domestically. Okay, a bit of insight on renewable energy. Just for information, right now we have about 1,900 megawatts in operation. We are talking about inclusive of large hydros, not only solar or any other renewable energy source. Okay, and we have a commitment of about 3,295 megawatts of renewable energy, and we also have some large hydros coming up. Okay, which is about 2,000 megawatts there, and we also have another target which we want to achieve by 2025, which is solar. Okay, it is about 1,178 megawatts of solar energy that we want to generate by 2025. So this is our target to enhance the generation of renewable energy. Okay, I think you have seen and heard a few big solar farms which are coming up. Not only TNB but also some independent power producers. This example of a picture of how huge a solar farm can be. All right. So you can see in the future probably a lot of oil palm estates or rubber estates will be replaced by solar farms, like how you see here. You see, because solar infrastructure is becoming cheaper by the year. There are more producers of solar panels. So the prices are very competitive, and solar is becoming more viable, okay, in time to come. I think you've also heard about solar panels, rooftop solar panels, which is right now becoming very popular, where you can generate solar energy on your rooftop. Okay, and TNB will install a smart meter where you can basically minus off your consumption, and any residual solar power can be sold back to TNB's grid, and TNB will pay you. Okay, so this is something becoming very popular, okay, in Malaysia. So probably some of you have already invested in such facilities. Okay. All right, a bit on the global platform. TNB has invested in a few countries, namely United Kingdom, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Pakistan. Pakistan, we have a gas-fired power plant for quite some time now. Okay, we also have participated in UK more on solar and also on wind, TNB wind ventures. And in Turkey, we have some equity, 30% equity in Gamma Energy. In Saudi Arabia, we have 20% ownership in Shoaiba Consortium. In Kuwait also, Remaco is very active, more on operation and maintenance. In Pakistan, as I mentioned just now, Liberty Power Station is operated by TNB right now. So time to come, we are looking at other countries also, like India and Africa. If there are any opportunities, TNB is actively looking into such ventures. Okay, a bit of information on how we operate. As I mentioned just now, generation power is actually produced in power stations, whether they are hydro or thermal or renewable energy power stations. And after the power is produced, okay, it is sent through transmission lines to the distribution network. And from the distribution network, it can go either into factories or into your homes, yeah, or office buildings, and so on. Okay, so this is basically how it works, right? And right now, I'm in the distribution, the number 3 distribution division, where we build substations. I will share with you the type of construction that we get involved in distribution network. We have the smaller ones which you normally see in the town, the 11 kV switching substations, switch house, 33 kV main switching substations. Then we have also the bigger ones, which also have the transformers, where from 33 kV you need to drop it down to 11 kV. So we have transformers in the main distribution substations. And we also have guidelines for those developers who are going to build such substations for TNB as part of the development. We have a guideline for design of distribution substations, a guideline for the developers, not only for developers, but also for our own consultants in designing new infrastructure. And a bit on information on the cable laying. We have the substations, and then we also have the transmission of the power. So in distribution, we have a few kind of cable laying processes. One is that we lay underground, okay, which is called open cut. And in certain instances where there are road crossings or areas where there are other utilities, then we may have to go further in underground, where we use a technology called HDD, horizontal directional drilling, where we actually channel the cable probably about 7 to 10 meters below ground, and we can do these in the length of, say, about 400 meters, 400 to 500 meters maximum, depending on the type of equipment that we have, to cross an obstacle, whether it's a river or another structure or another utility, to avoid damage to the existing structures or utilities. We need to do in this way, where it's a bit more expensive, of course, but it saves a lot of problem. Okay, and there are many local authorities now which insist on us doing HDD to minimize and to avoid damage to current structures. And on ground, we have, I think you've seen, beside vehicular bridges, we also have these cable bridges to carry the cable across an obstacle, whether it's a river or any other obstacle. We use cable bridges, steel structure cable bridges. And above ground, you normally see in the town, we have these poles to carry our transmission lines. And for bigger lines, like 33 kV and above, we normally use transmission towers, which can carry more transmission lines, and they are more stable. Okay, so and you can go higher if you use transmission towers. Okay, a bit of process. Now I'm going into project management. This is how we do project management in distribution network TNB. We have a few parties in distribution network, a few units. The first one is asset planning and performance, followed by asset development, where I am in right now, asset development. We have procurement unit. We have the contractor who does the work for us. And also we also have our operation and maintenance unit. So normally when a project, the birth of a project normally is at the asset planning and performance unit role, where normally the unit will prepare a PIP. PIP means a project implementation plan, where this unit will actually liaise with all the other units, for example, operation, maintenance, asset development. And if there's need of engaging a specialist, they will engage a specialist to actually come up with the scope, okay, the whole project, the need of the project, the scope, and also the budget of the project. So this, if you look at the Project Management Institute way of doing project management, it is called the initiating and planning. This is the first part of project management, initiating and planning. And once the scope and budget is obtained, this information will be passed to asset development. Okay, and we at asset development will prepare the tender documentations, whether we need to prepare the bill of quantities and so on, for the purpose of tendering out the job. Okay, to procure a contractor. And this documentation will be passed to the procurement, who will actually evaluate and award contracts to capable contractors, who will then carry out the work. Okay, basically this is all part of executing the contract. And after the infrastructure or substation or the cable infrastructure is completed, our unit, the asset development, will actually conduct a process called PIAT. I will talk about PIAT further after this. This is more like a process of taking over the works from the contractor. So it's more like a quality control, quality check, and so on. Okay. So if the PIAT is a pass, then the building can be handed over. Okay, and the building will basically be handed over to the operation and maintenance to operate the infrastructure. If the PIAT fails, then it goes back to the contractor for rectification. Okay, this is the very first level kind of process. Okay, I would like to show here. And just for information, in our contracts, we use the FIDI condition of contract, as I mentioned just now, just to give a bit of an insight of what are FIDI conditions of contract. There are a few types of contracts here. The one we normally use in distribution network is called short form of contract, which in simple terms we call it the green book. Okay, short form of contract normally is used for straightforward projects. For example, in distribution network, our projects are very straightforward, very generic, same kind of design, substations, and so on. So this is a very suitable form of contract, very simple, okay, to use. And if the project is a bit more complicated, like for example, in generation, when I was in generation, we used to use the rate book, okay? Rate book where the employer is responsible for the design of the project, whether he employs a consultant to design the project for him. So there is the design part, after which the job is contracted out for construction by the contractor. So in this kind of contracts, the rate book is used, the FIDIC rate book is used. And if there is a project where there is normally a lot of machinery, a lot of plants, for example, generating plants and so on, and we want the contractor to take care of the design. Okay, that means he does a design and build project. Then we normally use the yellow book, okay, yellow FIDICs of contract, plan and design and build basically. And if you want to include maintenance after the construction, the maintenance of the job to the contractor for a certain period, then you go for we call it a gold book, okay, which is I think not very common in Malaysia. Normally we use yellow, okay, red or yellow. But of lately, the following big book, which is the silver book, it is becoming more popular, where we are now experimenting with full turnkey projects. That means the contractor, we award a job to the contractor will do the design, okay, will supply everything, the electrical equipment, install, okay, and operate the plant for a certain number of years. It's called the silver book. We normally use a silver book, EPC turnkey projects book. So this is the type of condition of contract that we use in TNB. Okay, just for your information. Okay. Okay, I was talking about PIAT, pre-commissioning and testing.
Mr. Sorry, could you finish in 5 minutes?
No problem. This is, I think, my second last slide.
Thank you.
Okay, a quick one. Basically, PIAT is the process of taking over the construction works, where we do visual checks, compliance checking with the approved document, and also doing some testing to take over the plant from the contractor. And PIAT checklists are available for civil and electrical works. All right. So basically, a process of validation. And finally, to conclude, we also emphasize a lot on safety when we do our works, and we have come up with a lot of initiatives. We have our in-house safety division. Okay, looking at, for example, recently we had this campaign, NDRS, Nampak, Dengar dan Rasa Selamat, where a staff can report on any dangerous situation, whether even as simple as a pole which is not straight, it can be reported through our app. So this is something that we emphasize a lot on the safety, and we have a lot of programs. Even the management is supporting on a lot on the safety part. Okay, and we have some road shows, strategic partnership with regulators, stakeholders, subsidiaries, and also we have a lot of other campaigns to build up our capability and competency in the subject of safety. Okay, Professor, I think something very simple from me today, and back to you, Professor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Harpreet Singh. That was very interesting. I hope it has generated some ideas for you. For example, in the project management, and also maybe in the renewable energy generation and distribution, or even in the education of Nampak, Dengar, Rasa, Selamat, translated into see, hear, feel safe. Is that right?
That's right, exactly. Direct translation.
And in the beginning, you say Prof. Prem makes you feel interested to do your PhD here. Yes, you can contact us or contact our Harvinder Singh. By the way, he has to leave early, and he says thanks to you for accepting our session today. So let's have a couple of questions. We have first from Dr. Lal. And just to give some background, Dr. Lal is, I think, from legal background. So his question is leaning towards that. He says, what is the frequency of facing project contract disputes with the clients and resolution techniques? Is the dispute resolution governed by UN CITRAL, that is United Nations Commissions of International Trade Law, arbitration process, or what is the law governing such resolution? If you can answer that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lal. Dr. Lal, are you a lecturer in this university, or?
No, he's from Sri Lanka, I think.
Oh, Sri Lanka. Okay, all right. Okay, of course, in any construction contracts, we have disputes. Normally, we are the client. Tenaga Nasional is basically the client, and we have contract disputes with our contractors. Okay, normally, because of sometimes poor performance. Okay, on the part of contractor. So normally, what we do is, of course, before we go to the adjudication, we will liaise with the contractors themselves on. Basically, we have a few what you call punitive measures. For example, if the contractor is late in delivering the project, we have this liquidated added damages clause in FIDIC. Okay, but sometimes the contractor disputes and he goes to adjudication. Okay, so normally we don't deal with the international adjudication, but we have a similar organization in Asia. So we normally deal with the Asian part of the adjudication network. Yeah, I think you've heard about SIPA, right? AIAC, Asian Institute of Adjudication. AIAC, yeah. So normally we just deal with the Asian adjudication organization. Yeah, we do that.
Okay, is that the total answer? Is there, in the meantime, is there any other question from the floor?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, if there is none, you can, like before, you can save, if there's any other question on this, you can save it to the last. So I would now, thank you very much, Mr. Harpreet Singh. Now I would like to invite our third speaker, Mr. Samhati Mukherjee. He is the Senior Engineer and Lead Trainer at Huawei Technology India, all the way from India. And his topic is Research Areas in Technology and Computer Science. Please welcome.
Thank you, Professor. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the session from other two panel. But I'm going to talk about various things about how you can put your ideas or visions, how you can mold those ideas and visions into a particular technology in computer science. So without any further delay, first of all, I would like to thank you to Must University for inviting me in such a, I feel honored actually. I'm seeing other panels and I'm nothing in front of them, but I feel very honored to be a part of this podium. So let me share my screen and talk about the areas and research where you can do in computer science and technology. All right, just let me know if my screen is visible or not.
Yes, we can see.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kali. All right, so let's talk about the research areas in technology and computer science. Let me first introduce myself. Hi, my name is Samhati Mukherjee. I am a senior engineer at L&T Technology Services. This is my parent company, with total 8+ years of experience in mobile application development field, and I'm also working as a lead trainer in Huawei. Huawei is my client, by the way. So I am working as a HMS code expert, and I'm also an author of Huawei Developer Forum. And I'm recently focusing on building community platform for HMS code and influence others to use it. And also, I like to challenge myself to learn new technology every day. Now, let's talk about the research. What is actually research? So, research is the process of finding a solution to an unsolved problem. There are many solutions out there, right? Many solutions already completed and it's done, right? But it doesn't matter whether the solution is completed or not. You have to find out whether you can fill any kind of improvement, any gap, or anything in that existing solutions, right? So so research could be a part of that gap or that improvement which you are providing in the community or in socially generally. So it's a solution to an unsolved problem. If you have an unsolved problem, you can find a solution. So it could be a research, or if there is a solution, whether we can improve that solution or not, whether we can fill those gaps in that existing solution or not, whether it could be an effectiveness to that existing solution or not. So those could be an area for you to do research. Now, there are some common misconceptions of research, especially in the field of computer technology and science. Most people who do research on computer technology and science, they think that, first, before starting, they have this misconception that research is writing a program or tool. It's not like that. Now, if I take you back, I want to take you back like in those eras where you will not find out, where there is no computer. Suppose there is no computer. I am talking about 1800. You can take it back those days. But there were one tool, and that is a paper and a pen. And using that paper and pen, the greatest mind in our world are writing maybe a mathematical solution, algorithm. So those algorithms, those mathematical solutions, those math papers are nowadays we call as program. We're trying to convert those mathematical solutions into a program. We're trying to do in such a way that we create a tool out of it. So research is not like only have to sit in front of computer and writing a code. This is not a research. Research is that it could be a pen and paper. You can also write a math solutions, and you can you can figure out later whether you can have that mathematical solution into a program or tool or not. Or it could be a proof of concept, anything. So it's not like you have to write a program or tool. You can figure out later, but first of all, you need to jot down the things in a paper using a pen. Now, no one has thought about what I am thinking. This is also a misconception that no one has thought about what you are thinking right now. It's not like that. Whatever you're thinking right now, there will be many people out there who is already thought about it, and they have done better job than what you are doing right now. But you should not focus on that. What you should focus is that how you can do much better than those people. How you can apply those thoughts and process and make sure that you complete your research on time. Another misconception comes is I can complete my research in a short period of time. This is not. See, if you are, the word research means you have to spend time. You have to research. You have to make sure that quality matters a lot in research. See, why I'm saying this, because your research is going to be benefited for the society, right? It's beneficial for society. And if you do not spend time on your research, then the quality will be degraded. So do not degrade. Try to maintain the quality. Try to make sure the quality is high. Whether it's taking time, let it take time. It's okay to spend more time on research, because that research could be beneficial for other people to work on as well. Another misconception comes is that if I am not successful in research, then I'm doomed. No, it's not like that. See, if you are failing in something, you are failing one time, you are failing second time, you are failing third time, you are failing 10 times. But in the 11th time, you will be successful. So do not think about those things, whether your research is going to be successful or failure. Think about how it will be beneficial for you as well as for the society. And another misconception is that research is hard, it's not for me. No, research is not hard. Now, if I take an example of any person out there. I mean, you were when you were child, for you a simple maths like 1, 2, 3 was hard. But now you are in a stage where you are trying to do a big thing. You are trying to do a research out of it, right? So for you now 1, 2, 3 is nothing. So nothing is hard or impossible. You can do it. As the word impossible means I am possible. So you can do it. So do not have this misconception on your mind that you can't do research. You can do research. Let's talk about how to choose a research area. Okay, this is very much important because you are thinking right now to do a research in particular area, and I'm talking about computer science and technology. So I'm going to give an example regarding computer science and technology. So how to choose a research area is very much important. Now take if you are doing a research, you should always do research in your familiar domain. Okay, whatever domain you are going to choose, it should be familiar. You should understand the domain very well. So let's take an example here. Familiar domain is, for me, will be artificial intelligence. All right, and the subdomain will be computational linguistic and NLP, computer vision, machine learning, and many more other subdomains are there. Now, under these subdomains, you can see under this computational linguistic and NLP, which is natural language processing. NLP is natural language processing. We have NLP, machine translation, information retrieval. So I can do research on these areas. Then comes the computer vision. Under computer vision, we can do research. We can do research on human motion analysis, object recognitions. Then comes the machine learning. In machine learning, my favorite research area, if I am doing research by the way, then my favorite research area will be predictive analysis. And I'll talk about later about this predictive analysis in my later slides. So I hope you understand how to choose a research area is very much important, and make sure that you jot down these things before you go ahead and do research, especially in the field of computer science and technology, because there are n number of things you can do in research area. You can choose any research area in computer science and technology. Let's talk about the steps to find research idea or topic. Now, in the previous slide, you got to know which area you're going to work on as a research. Now, if I go with suppose predictive analysis, under predictive analysis, what kind of predictive analysis I will like to do or like to work on, what topic I like to work or do my research. Let's talk about that. So first thing is hypothesis. The first step you should always keep your mind is the hypothesis. Make an assumption. I mean, have an idea, have a vision that okay, in predictive analysis I can do this thing. Okay. First, figure out that part. Then comes the step 2. Review your literature. Has already someone done it? Is it? Let's research. Let's find out that whatever topic I'm choosing, has already someone done it. Now, if I talk about, let's talk about drone hacking. Okay. If I want to do research on drone topic, and the research area the research topic will be drone hacking, I would like to see whether someone already done it or not. I would like to review my literature first. Okay. If nobody has done, that is good to go. Or if somebody has done it, but is there any gap? As I mentioned earlier in my later slides, is there any gap? Anything missing? Can I do something that it will improve the quality of that drone hacking or not? Can I stop hacking or not? Drone hacking is there, but can I stop it or not? Can I make some improvement to stop it or not? So those things could be the review and could come under the review and literature. The next step comes the know your limit. Can I go beyond them? If there is already somebody done it, can I go beyond them? Can I put my more ideas into it? Can I improve that idea or not? Can I improve the solution or not? That could be your limit. Then after knowing all the below 3 steps, I will start working on the research. I will start working on the topic. So make sure that before finding any topic, you go through these steps first. Now let's talk about the research area which interests me. So if I am taking myself I want to pursue PhD, I suppose if I want to pursue PhD, I want to do some research. So what research areas will interest me, right? So first goes to machine learning. Okay, machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, or you can say AI in short, and computer science, which focuses on the use of data and algorithm to imitate the way the human learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Now here in machine learning, what you do is you give a model, a custom model, okay, and based on your custom model, you try to do something out of it. So you're giving an input here, and you're trying to achieve some output here. But the output will be done by machine alone. It will learn the data which you are giving as an input, and it will work according to that. I would like to give an example here. In my previous company, I was working in a project. Actually, it's an internship project by IIT students in India. There were two students from IIT who came to my previous company, and they were working on machine learning. So they were trying to connect machine learning in an application. So I was an application developer, so I was working with them. The idea was very simple: is that you have seen all those cars, right? When you go to any traffic, or when you drive, you might get some scratch, or you met an accident or something like that. So after going through all those stages, you want to go to any shop and want to repair your car, right? So you want to repair the color of your car. You want to remove the scratch from your car, or the bonnet is not looking good, or something like that, right? But before you go there, you want to know the cost. You want to see how much it's cost, right? So what we were doing is we were trying to capture a picture of that particular car, suppose, and once I capture the picture in the mobile, it will generally give me some information about that car, and also the cost. That okay, to repair the bonnet, it will take this much money. To repair the to have a new painting in the car, it will cost this much. So that is the idea we had. So how we are doing it? We were giving pictures, lots of data. We were providing as an input data to the machine learning as a model. We have created a custom model using TensorFlow. TensorFlow is a tool where you can create a custom model, and we also tried to work with Google Colab, and try to have a way to integrate that model into an application. Okay, and what the application is doing is basically it will take a picture and it will let us know how much it's costing. So lots of data we have to give to the machine first to make sure that it learns. Okay, and whatever input we are giving, based on that, it will provide the output. Okay, so we are giving pictures like the bonnet cost this much, paint cost this much, those things. I hope you understand how machine learning works here. Now let's talk about NLP. NLP is natural language processing. Have you heard about Alexa? Heard about Google Assistants, right? What they do? We say, hey Alexa, play a music, and it plays the music. We say, hey Alexa, can you just buy this for me? And it will go and buy that for you, and you will see at the doorstep you got the product, right? So this is natural language processing. And I'll talk about what research area you can do in this NLP in later slides. But NLP helps you to define as the ability of a machine, okay, to understand what we are saying and interpret based on the human language what we are speaking to the machine. That is NLP. That's why it's natural language processing. Now I don't have to talk about the next, which is AR VR. I think Mr. Paul for the first panel has already talked about augmented reality and virtual reality. I don't have to talk about more into this, but yeah, nowadays we say mixed reality instead of augmented reality and virtual reality. Both are mixed right now. So augmented reality and virtual reality is a bridge that is a bridge to a digital and physical world, and they allow us to take in information and content visually in the same way we take in the world. So I'll talk about augmented reality in later slides. So just want to let you know that it's a mixture of or you can say it's a bridge between the digital and physical world. Let's talk about IoT. IoT refers to a system of interrelated internet-connected objects that are able to collect and transfer data over a wireless network without human intervention. And I hope Mr. Paul already explained to you about IoT, how IoT is helping in supply chain management, and I don't have to go deep into this, but yeah, IoT is a big thing. Earlier we used to have manual laborers working on a particular. I mean, if you take any factory out there, manual labor was doing in late. I'm talking about in 90s, 1990s or 80s era. You'll see those people were doing manual work instead of it's automated. When IoT came to the picture, everything became automated. Okay, sensors are there which helps to collect the data and try to work according to the data which we are giving as an input, and also tries to understand what kind of output we require. So IoT helps you to do that as well. Cybersecurity. If I talk about cybersecurity right now, it will be like it's a huge topic, and you all will be worried about it. So cybersecurity actually, if I talk about cybersecurity stays in all the above things. That's why I kept it in last. You can see I kept it in last. Above things like machine learning, NLP, AR, VR, IoT. Cybersecurity works in all those areas. Okay. If I talk about machine learning, what you're doing to do? You are going to teach the machine. You're going to give a data. Somebody hacked it. What you're going to do, right? Natural language processing. Somebody hacked natural language processing machine. What you're going to do? AR, VR. The headset which you are wearing in augmented reality and virtual reality. Somebody hacked to that headset. What you're going to do? IoT. Somebody hacked to the sensors using internet cybersecurity. What you can do? So cybersecurity is a big practice to defend the computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data from malicious attacks. Now, how does machine learning works? It's very simple. You give input data, you analyze the data, you find the pattern, and machine will predict it and stores the feedback. Okay, but here there's two types of thing you can do in machine learning. One is that I'll talk about the methods of machine learning, then I think you will be able to understand how machine learning works actually. So prediction is a big thing, which actually you can do more research on this using a predicting analysis, how you can make sure that machine will do the work without manually you provide interfere to make sure that machine works according to what you need. So without your interference, without human interference, it should work, right? That's a predictive analysis. So I hope you understand how machine learning works in this. Now let's talk about the three methods of machine learning. One is the supervised learning, which I was talking about, manual work, right? Here you have to supervise the machine. In this method, you give input, output, and input and output is provided to a computer along with feedback during the training. The accuracy of prediction by computer during training is also analyzed. The main goal of this training is to make computer learn how to map input to an output. So here a supervision is required. Here a person is required to make sure that computer learns the process and it could map the input with the output. Unsupervised learning, in this case, no such training is provided leaving computer. There is no training required in this unsupervised learning. It will work according to the data which you provide to the machine, and it will predict according to that. Here, deep learning is more required in this unsupervised learning. So I hope you understand this part. Then comes the reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, this type of learning uses three components, namely agent, environment, action. So an agent is the one that perceives its surrounding. An environment is the one with which an agent interacts and acts in that environment. The main goal in reinforcement learning is to find the best policy possible. Okay. And the example of machine learning, if I say, is will be like label an X-ray. I mean, if you see an X-ray, it could label that whether it's a cancer patient or not. So in X-ray, if you will find that whether that it will predict whether this person has cancer or not. Improve prediction system to calculate the possibility of fault. Okay, if the system is creating more faults, it will improve. It will predict future. It will predict future whether it's going to whether there is a possibility of fault or not in that machine, and assign a name to a photograph face. So you have seen the tag in the photograph, tag name. So it could assign name very easily using machine learning. Now let's talk about why NLP, which is natural language processing, is important and where the challenge comes. The computer can now talk to human in the native language. Computers can now hear, interpret, understand, and can even measure sentiment through the tone and response back. So this will be very consistent and very fast. So whatever, like for example, we are asking, how are you, or can you bring this to me, where I can find this, to Alexa or Google Assistant. But when we are saying this, they are trying to collect the feedback. Okay, so this huge volume of data which we are collecting, storing that data is a challenging part. Okay, in future we require many storage in order to collect those data. So the user talks to the machine gets the audio recorded, the audio the audio gets converted to text, then the data is processed now. So machine understand your language and now start to process the data. Then the response could be into two ways. Like if you are, it could be an audio or it could be a text. Okay, if it's a chat box, it would be just a text reply. If it is an audio bot, it would talk to you as well. So for instance, Alexa will reply you with an answer. Chatbot, which you see in various websites, if you just you see the answers are not like a human kind of answer, like you have to click those questions which the chat box asks you, what you want to see, you click on that, then it replies. So in this kind of thing, here predictive analysis needed. Okay, now Alexa already has store all those answers already, right? If you're asking play the music, it will play the music, right? But could it speak like a natural human being? That's the biggest question, right? Could it actually predict the answer and speak in a normal human way, right? That we needed. That research area you guys can do. You guys can work on those kind of areas. The predictive analysis is most important. Which is more researchable, AR or VR? So the key difference between augmented reality and virtual reality is that augmented reality lets the user experience the real world, okay, which has been digitally augmented or enhanced in some way. You have heard about Pokemon app. So you've seen that you're taking the mobile and you're able to capture the Pokemon using the mobile. So that is augmented reality. Virtual reality, on the other hand, removes the user from the real world experience, replacing it with a complete simulated one. So you can do an operation before an actual operation. So you can use virtual reality in medical, okay, medical assistant. Like for example, there's a complicated kind of operation is going to happen. I mean, a surgeon is going to perform an operation which is complicated. Now, before doing that, before actually performing the actual operation, it could it could use virtual reality and can perform the operation in virtual reality first, see what kind of complication can come, can it overcome those complications or not. So based on that, it will check that whether the operation is going to be successful or not. So virtual reality can be helpful in medical industries. Use cases are some AR enterprise solutions include remote assistance, on-the-job training, remote collaboration, and computer-assisted tasks, which I think Mr. Paul has already explained to you how augmented reality is going to help in supply chain, and he really wants this kind of solution into the supply chain management. Virtual reality applications are best suited for remote collaboration with 3D elements, point of view training, virtual tools, medical, etc.
Mr. Sahadi?
Yeah, other 5 minutes. It won't take time. Other 5 minutes. I'm already almost to the last slides. Application of Internet of Things can be used in smart homes, environment monitoring, healthcare, industrial applications, smart cars, wearable gadgets. Okay, so you can apply IoT in these areas. And the research areas on IoT is that IoT security, IoT architecture, IoT energy management, IoT and machine learning. So if I talk about IoT security, then here the cyber security comes up. Okay, so how you can secure the data when you are transferring to a sensor. So that's the most important research area. IoT architecture, the exchange of information over the IoT network takes place over the layered architecture. Then if I talk about IoT energy management, smart devices and system offer business the advantage to cut down their energy uses and cost in real time. So energy management can also, in those energy industries, you can have IoT sensors there, and you can reduce the cost of the cost of the energy uses. Then IoT and machine learning. The concept of machine learning can be used in IoT technology. So supervised machine learning techniques are used to make important decisions. So IoT could be also machine learning could be also a part of IoT research area. Now let's talk about the research area in cybersecurity. So if I talk about cybersecurity, is a huge topic which I mentioned earlier. You can put cybersecurity in other areas like machine learning, IoT, augmented reality, and virtual reality. How you can make secure the system. That's most important. So it could be the research area could be information security, where you can do research on computer network security, application security, web service security, mobile security, and many more. Digital services such as web services, internet banking, e-commerce. There you can go with digital services. And the last is the protection of digital services, where you can go with internet banking, protection of business information system. You can do research on those areas as well. So by this way, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and I hope you have some knowledge on the topic which I shared to you guys, and I hope you guys start working on the research area which I mentioned here. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanghati. You almost sound like a professor already. So I do encourage you to take PhD, and then maybe in 3-4 years' time you can supervise our students. Because currently there are already a number of students who are doing research in the areas that you mentioned just now. So it's kind of interesting for these students. A couple of interesting points that you make. You say one of the misconceptions is that you can complete my research in a short time. So I just want to advise my students who are very enthusiastic doing this. Yeah, it's good to be enthusiastic. However, don't expect to complete your research within a short period of time. Take your time. You have 3 to 6 years to do the research, and don't rush so much. And also, you say, if you failed once, twice, 3 times, or up to 10 times, don't give up. So, Mr. Lufa, you are almost at the end of the journey. So, one final dash for you to complete, okay? Don't be disheartened. And then you talk about NLP. I'm very familiar with NLP, but it is neuro-linguistic programming, not the natural language. What was it? Natural language program processing.
Natural language processing.
Oh, processing. Yeah. So there's a different NLP. All right. So let's open up to questions. I think we have quite a few questions. I'll take one from Gobin. One of the 2 questions from Gobin. The easier one first. How do you see modern mechanism for NLP approach intended for requirements based on security testing scheme? How do you see modern mechanism for natural language programming approach intended for requirements based on security testing scheme?
So, so what I see, let's talk about chat box. Okay. What I talked about earlier is that in chat box, you see that you have already defined questions, right? You click on those questions, and based on those questions, the chat box is going to reply. That is how it's working, right? Or if you're typing a text, already the text is already stored in data, and based on that, it's replying. I want to see a human touch. I want to see that, if I'm speaking to a chat box, or if I'm speaking to Alexa or Google Assistant, I want to see how it interacts like a human being. Okay? Now, in terms of security, the data which you are putting into the Alexa or Google Assistants or chat box, those data should be secure. And here cybersecurity comes in the picture. So cybersecurity helps you to make sure that the data is secure enough and it will not hacked by anyone else. So that is also a research area. How you can secure the data which you are providing to either Alexa or Google Assistants or chatbots. And what I'm looking into this is that I want a human touch, which I talked about. Like it should be natural. If I speak about Alexa, I'm saying something like, "Hey Alexa, how are you? Are you fine? Good, thank you." It will speak because you are saying good, how are you, those things, how are you. So it's collecting those things, and based on that, it's replying you back. It's not like it's collecting the entire sentence and replying you back. Okay, so in future, I want to see that I could talk Alexa or Google Assistant like my friend.
He wants to see that in the context of security.
Okay, so in context of security, as I said, cybersecurity should be applied in those things because the data which you're giving lots of data to these this natural language processing systems, right? So those data should be secured and make sure that I have how can I say? The most thing is that. Hackers try to collect information, whatever you are trying to provide data in the social world, right? So they're trying to collect those data, and based on that, they're trying to hack your system or trying to grab the money which you have in the bank. Right? So make sure that when you are there's a research still going on how to make it more secure. I am not doing the research. I am don't know how can I talk about this part. But yeah, what I would say is that if you want to do research, you can do research on the cybersecurity using NLP. How can you make the data secure?
Okay, we have the next question from Mr. Kasim. What is the research prospects in cybersecurity for artificial intelligence?
Okay, let's talk about machine learning here. Okay, it's a part of artificial intelligence. So in machine learning, so what you're going to do? You are going to provide data, input data, right? So when you are providing input data to a machine, you are trying to customize the model. You are trying to provide the data to the machine, and then you want to get the output. Now, if anybody hacks the data, okay, and try to manipulate the data which you are trying to teach your machine, okay, that's the biggest threat. But suppose that machine learning application which you have created is based on medical, okay, it's actually used in medical industry, and it's someone life is dependent upon that. If somebody hacks that data, then the machine will learn whatever way you are teaching that machine, right? So cybersecurity could be a big research area on that particular machine learning, on that particular area which I was talking about, the data which you are giving to them. So basically, if I talk about in all those NLP, machine learning, augmented reality, data is important. If you secure the data in whatever way you want to secure, then you're good to go.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we have to go to the next session, which is overall questions on each of the topics. So if you still have questions for those, you can still ask. However, I just want to say that Mr. Harpreet Singh had to leave for some duties. So we have Mr. Paul Lim, I think he's still here. Thank you for staying back, Mr. Paul Lim. You may want to show your video as well so that you can see. Yes, thank you very much. So if you still have questions for Mr. Paul Lim and Sanghati, please go ahead and ask the questions. I know everybody is like hungry for lunch already. Okay, there's a lot of appreciation from the audience. Okay, anybody? Okay, if there's nobody else, Mr. Sanghati and Pauline, is there any last words that you want to say?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Khari, please allow me to have a word, please.
Yes, sure.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. This is Aftab Alam from Dubai, a PhD student of MUST. I would like to avail this opportunity to thank all the brilliant speakers for informative talks and organizers for enabling us to participate in this colloquium. And please allow me to thank my mentors, the president of MUST, Prof. Prem Kumar and Prof. Harvey, for their continued guidance in my PhD journey. It is a long time I couldn't see you due to pandemic, sir. I have already submitted my complete thesis and just waiting for the final feedback of my mentors. I hope you already know that Dubai is currently hosting Expo 2020 from 1st October 2021 to 31st March 2022. Originally, it was scheduled for 20th October 2020 to 10th April 2021, but it was postponed due to COVID. Just I would like to say, sir, that it is a golden chance to experience the world, as 192 countries are participating under one roof, presenting their best art, architecture, science, culture, and entertainment. And basically, it has three important sub-themes: opportunity, mobility, and sustainability, which will inspire visitors to preserve and protect the planet, explore new frontiers, and build a better future for everyone. If anyone plans to visit, can simply contact me via WhatsApp or via email, and it will be my pleasure to host you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aftab. Perhaps you want to email to one of us here on that, and then we can distribute.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And my number is available in the group, sir.
Yeah.
WhatsApp group. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else have any comments? Otherwise, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Sanghati and Pauline, for participating and for staying back until the end, and also, of course, to Mr. Harpreet Singh, who's here right now. Before we all go, I'll pass it back to the main moderator, which is Mr. Ziad.
Thank you very much, sir. Today we had a prodigious morning session, hence I would like to convey our enthusiastic gratitude for your endurance for a long time. We passed through with the keynote speech by Professor Dr. Zainul Abidin Muhammad, Professor Putra Business School, and we came to know what is the qualitative research and case studies. Next, our event was a prodigious talk by Professor Dr. Prem Kumar Rajagopal, President, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, which made us to think critically and happen to know what is the main objective of education. Is people to teach, we have to teach people what is the change of science. Then we had a roundtable discussion with Mr. Paul Lim, founder and president, Supply Chain, Asia Singapore, Mr. Harpreet Singh, country manager, Power Distribution, TNB, and Mr. Sanghati Mukherjee, senior engineer, lead trainer, Huawei Technology, India. With these three eminent panelists who are in the industry, the panel is moderated by Dean of IPS, Dr. Khairir Khalil. The last event of this session, we need a small help from you, all the participants. Please switch on your camera or the webcam to have a snapshot for our documentary. Please switch on your camera. Miss Bhavani, okay?
Yes, sir, I'm done. Yes, Mr. Johnson, done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and terima kasih sangat for you all. We'll meet the next session after lunch break at 2 o'clock, which is the internal session with the same enthusiasm and spirit. Thank you again for your kind cooperation to make the colloquium success. See you all again. Take care and stay safe. Thank you, all of you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
The next session will start at 2 p.m.
Bhavani, why didn't you say cheese?
Mr. Gobind forget to smile just now, is it?
I was waiting. You'll say 1, 2, 3 cheese, then I could smile. You never said, so I pretend there's nothing is happening.
Okay, we are saved from your teeth then.
It's okay. You're very good in video, editing. So let's do that.
Sure, sure.
Miss Bhavani, someone sends regards from this corner.
Yes, Gobind.
I said somebody sends regards from this corner.
Hi, Bhavani. Oh, hi. Just by listening your voice, I know who this is.
Now you're putting into trouble.
Yeah, the whole world is listening. Huh?
Yeah.
Don't let it go. Yo.
I'm listening to the entire colloquium since morning.
Networks can.
Hi, a very good afternoon and welcome to the fourth session of Malaysia University Science and Technology Q3 Colloquium. I am Vigneshwari Suresh and I will be your moderator for this session. This afternoon we have videos from recently graduated students, 2 proposal defenses and 2 progress updates by our PhD candidate. As you all well aware, for proposal defense, student will be given 20 to 25 minutes to present and followed by a Q&A session with our examiners. And as for progress update, student will be given 15 minutes to present and we will open for a Q&A session to the MUST faculty members and participants. On behalf of the Institute of Postgraduate Studies, I wish all the candidates best of luck with your presentation today. Without further ado, let's begin our session with a short video presentation from our recently graduate students. Let's watch together.
All the Excellencies, Mr. President, Deans, and all the respected faculty members and the staff of the university, a very good evening and Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Dr. Muhammad Khurram. I am from Pakistan. Today is a very special day for all of us who gather here. This is not only the day which marks the end of my academic journey, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, but also the day where we are celebrating our success. It is indeed an honor and a matter of great pride that I deliver my views regarding the days which I spent off here in Malaysia University of Science and Technology. First of all, I would like to congratulate to the management of Malaysia University of Science and Technology. They invited me for attending the virtual convocation for the conferment of my PhD degree. I have done my PhD in informatics in the year 2020. My journey in Malaysia University of Science and Technology was fabulous. I spent a great time here in Malaysia University of Science and Technology. What I say, if I started from the admission or front office till the higher management, I found all the people are very cooperative, professional, and helpful. My journey in Malaysia University of Science and Technology started in January 2017. Starting, I was a little anxious and many questions were in my mind that how I will do my PhD, how I will manage all my things, because the country and the university both were new for me. But first day, when I came to Malaysia University of Science and Technology, my teachers and my supervisor, Dr. Sel, welcomed me wholeheartedly, and my all worries and anxiety has been gone. My supervisor, Dr. Selepan, he is an experienced researcher, author of several research papers, and the writer of many academic books. So, when the Institute of Postgraduate Studies assigned him as a supervisor to me, then I felt very happy, relaxed, and feel lucky that I will work under the most experienced supervisor. And no doubt, throughout my journey, I learned a lot from him. He guided me and helped me out and provided me a full support for publishing my research papers and making my thesis. Because of his supervision, unwavering support and guidance, I had been done my PhD on time. In future, I want to keep in touch with you, sir, for further support and guidance in publishing of my research papers in different journals and conferences. Now I experienced and feel that after getting the PhD from Malaysia University of Science and Technology, professionally my career now become more stronger and stable. And I suggest to everyone who is listening to me, I would tell them to prefer Malaysia University of Science and Technology for their higher education and studies. I would say that Malaysia University of Science and Technology is the right place where you can shape your future. I extend my special Thanks to the President, Mr. Prem Kumar, due to his continuous efforts, support, and hard work, now Malaysia University of Science and Technology have several academic partners, many industrial linkages programs. I wish, inshallah, in near future, Malaysia University of Science and Technology will be the one of the best well-renowned universities in the world. Further, I would like to express my gratitude to the whole management, deans, faculty, and the whole staff of the Malaysia University of Science and Technology for giving me the support and guidance throughout my journey to pursue my PhD. In the end, I congratulate all other graduates. They have done it. All the hard work has finally paid off, and we are all ready to take the next big step in the life. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
That was very inspiring, and congratulations, Dr. Muhammad Kuram. Let's give him a very big virtual applause. Thank you so much. Next, let us move on with our first progress update for this session, Mr. Samiwo Prof. Kafi Yao, to update his progress on a title, A Situation Analysis of the Absence of a Structured Public Transport System and its Impact on the Road Traffic Congestions in Ghana, the case of Greater Accra region. The supervisor's name is Dr. Said Mohammad Reza Gadiri. Let's welcome Mr. Samiwo Prosper. Mr. Samiwo. Mr. Samiwo. Let's wait for some time.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
It's okay, Mr. Samiwo. You have your slides ready with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, you may start your presentation, yeah?
Okay. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Can you share again?
Yeah, I'm trying to share again.
Perfect.
So you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see. Can you go to the slide button?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. You may start your presentation now.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity and good morning to everybody. My name is Semevo Prosper Kafui, and my supervisor is Professor Dr. Said Mohammed. My topic is a situational analysis of the absence of a structured public transport system and its impact on road traffic congestion in Ghana, the case of Greater Accra region. Greater Accra is the capital city of Ghana. For this purpose, the outline for my presentation is as follows, and it runs from the introduction all the way right now to the references. As part of my introduction, I will be defining what public transport system is and then look at road traffic congestion. The Oxford Dictionary defines public transport system as a system of passenger transport that includes the use of buses, trains, and other transports available to the public at charge fares and run on fixed routes. It is from literature you agree that the benefit public transport brings spans from access to mobility all the way to socio-economic benefits. And it also provides flexible mobility, which cannot be underestimated. And this makes it very necessary and important to every country, especially developing countries. There has been extensive research showing the importance of public transport, and I've just captured just one of them. There are a lot of literature on the benefits it brings. However, literature also shows that there is no standard definition for road traffic congestion. A study by Taluka 2013 revealed that or defined road traffic congestion as an essential relative situation that results from the difference between roadway system performance that users expect and how the system actually performs. In my research, I am adapting technical definition for road traffic congestion and structured transport system. For road traffic congestion, I define it as a result of imbalance between travel demand and transport system supply. So there's a difference between the demand and then the supply. For a structured transport system is defined as an improved transport system that uses high quality bus-based transit system that supports the movement, the mass movement of commuters and deliver fast, reliable, comfortable, and cost-effective services at the metro level with dedicated routes and scheduled services. The background to this story, to this research, is that in recent times, we have observed in Ghana growing vehicular population, which can be attributed to the fact that more vehicles are being owned by Ghanaians and more vehicles owned are not being used for commercial purposes. And data from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the authority responsible for registering vehicles in Ghana, shows that Ghana has registered over 2.7 million vehicles. However, data again from the same authority shows that between 2016 and 2020, out of the vehicles registered, 14% of that total constitutes vehicles that were registered for commercial use.
To all participants, I will sincerely apologize for all the technical glitch that happened. It was a sudden drop from Microsoft Teams.
Take your time.
Okay, we have 50 participants now. Just wait for 1 more minute, we will start at 2:20.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Samevo, you may start your presentation now. You have 20 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning once again. My name is Semeva Prosper Kafui Yao, and my supervisor is Dr. Said Mohamed Gadid. My research topic is a situational analysis of the absence of a structured public transport system and its impact on road traffic congestion in Ghana, the case of the Greater Accra region. Greater Accra is the capital of Ghana. As a way of outline, I'm going to go through from introduction to we get to the references. By way of introduction, I am looking at the definitions that have been given to public transport system, and then I'll look also at road traffic congestion. The Oxford Dictionary defines public transport system as a system of passenger transport that includes the use of buses, trains, and other forms of transport available to the public at charge fares and run on fixed routes. Literature has also revealed that public transport brings benefits that spans from access to mobility and socio-economic benefits. It provides flexible mobility and therefore cannot be underestimated. There is extensive research showing the importance of public transport, and in this study, I have referred to one of them provided by Locus in 2012 that looked at the benefits from the perspective of sustainability and ecological and economical dimensions. For literature on road traffic congestion, it has revealed that there is no standard definition for congestion, for traffic congestion. However, Taluka 2013 defined road traffic congestion as essentially a relative situation that will result from the difference between the roadway system performance that users expect and how the system actually performs. In this research, there are two technical definitions I have adapted. And for
I think we are having some connection issue. Mr. Samevo. Mr. Samevo, are you there? Okay, I think he need to rejoin us.
Ms. Vicky, we'll just wait for 2 minutes.
Okay, Ms. Nirusha.
Right. If it's not here, then we can continue to the next one. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, because you told me earlier you got connection issue.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah.
Okay. So I refer to the fact that literature has indicated that there is no standard definition for traffic congestion. However, some studies have revealed that it can also be defined as a relative situation that results from the difference between roadway system performance that users expect and how the system actually performed. In this research, I am adapting two technical definitions. And one is that road traffic congestion is the result of the imbalance between travel demand and transport system supply. I also am adopting the definition for public transport as an improved transport system that uses high quality bus-based transit system that supports the mass movement of commuters and deliver fast, reliable, comfortable, and cost-effective services at the metro level with dedicated routes and scheduled services. Now, for the background of the study, in Ghana, we have observed in recent times the population of vehicles, and this is resulting in congestion in the major cities. The Driver and Vehicle Licenses Authority provides that Ghana registered over 2.7 million vehicles. Data from the same authority shows that between 2016 and 2020, 14% of vehicles registered were commercial vehicles. That means that 86% of vehicles registered within the same period were privately owned vehicles. This clearly shows a gap in public transport demand. It is also estimated that vehicle population is growing at 20% in Ghana annually. The situation observed in the population of vehicles has resulted in limited access to mobility, commuters preferring to drive their own vehicles, long queues at pick points for people who are trying to access services provided by commercial vehicles, and also the increasing traffic congestion that has been observed. The government of Ghana has tried to intervene by establishing enterprises such as the State Transport Corporation, Omnibus Service Authority, City Express, Metro Mass, and in recent times, the Ayalolo Rapid Bus System. However, again, it has been observed that these interventions have either failed or have underperformed due to the state ownership and control over the enterprises. It is for this reason that it is necessary for this gap to be examined and the root causes identified and addressed. And that is what this research is trying to attain. From literature, it is also identified that most researchers have focused on the challenges resulting from poor implementation strategies and management of the transport services without looking at the peculiar situations and addressing them. So this study will go beyond the focus of the previous studies and undertake a situational analysis of the absence of a structured transport system to determine its impact on traffic congestion in the Greater Accra region of Ghana and recommends sustainable solutions to mitigate traffic congestion. The research will be limited to the Greater Accra region of Ghana because it is estimated to have about 60% of vehicles registered in Ghana. To answer the questions posed by the situation, this research will be answering questions like how does the absence of a structured public transport system impact the increasing situation of traffic congestion in major cities in Ghana? 2, what factors are associated with the implementation of the structured and sustained public transport system in Ghana? 3, what extent will a structured public transport system help to reduce vehicular traffic congestions in Ghana? And 4, how can state and private-owned public transport systems be integrated to deliver an efficient public transport system for Ghana? And 5, what recommendations can be adopted for the enhancement of public transport systems and consequently traffic reduction in Ghana? The aim and objectives of this research. The broad aim of the research is to investigate how the absence of a structured public transport system contributes to road traffic congestion in the Greater Accra region of Ghana. It will also recommend practical vehicular traffic congestion mitigation measures for major cities in Ghana. Whilst trying to achieve the broad objective, specific objectives that will be pursued are to determine the impact of the absence of a structured public transport system on traffic congestions in the major cities. 2, to develop a conceptual framework of supply-side factors associated with providing improved and sustained public transport system as a means of reducing traffic congestion. 3, to investigate how structured public transport systems can be used to reduce vehicular traffic congestion in Ghana. And 4, exploit the integration effects of state and private-owned vehicle transport systems on delivering an efficient public transport system in Ghana. 5, to explore and benchmark the best public transport practices around the world and make recommendations for providing efficient, affordable, and sustainable public transport system. The significance of this study, 1, includes that the findings from this study is expected to provide guidelines for policymakers to be able to implement the right policies to enhance public transport in Ghana. 2, it will provide sustained solution to the problem of traffic congestion in the major cities. It will help reduce the negative impacts of traffic congestion on the health of commuters and the struggle they go through every day to fight over vehicles that are in limited supply. It will contribute to existing body of knowledge and serve as additional reference for further studies. Literature review. I have reviewed some literature and I've also presented some in this presentation. NS Ajiman studied the bus rapid transit system in the Greater Accra, and he examined the socioeconomic and political challenges that emerging bus transit transport systems in developing countries need to address. In his study, he concluded that reoccurring traffic congestions, passenger and inadequate comfort and personal security, resistance from existing public transport operators, and lack of legal status for public transport needs to be looked at. So in his conclusion, he concluded that for the future of the public transport system, it will be the function of multiple stakeholder consultation and participation. Therefore, he is looking at how does the state collaborate with private sector to be able to provide this problem. Again, Yobu studied the public management. A metro mass is one of the interventions brought in by the state. This study revealed that the model, which is the new public management framework, helped to introduce a system that was very resilient in solving the problem. However, this also collapsed along the line. I looked also at study from other countries that have similar features as Ghana, so Delaware, and this study was also based on modeling traffic congestion based on origin and destination. The study revealed that the Delaware routes became more congested at peak hours, and of course, it's at peak hours that we see mass mass people move around in the same direction mostly. And there is another one from Francis, Japan and Co. They also study the traffic congestion in the Greater Accra Central Market and realize that it is the attitude of drivers, traders, and pedestrians, road crashes that constitutes or contribute to traffic congestion. So they limited the study to the market area and looked at the activities in the market area that could influence traffic congestion. In this study, there's a conceptual framework that I'll be looking at. However, it is important to note that studies, or from literature, studies have classified traffic congestion mitigation measures into two categories, namely the supply side measures and demand side measures. On that basis, Colloquium 2013 developed a supply side and demand side congestion management, traffic congestion management framework. In this study, the hypothesis is that the more efficient and available public transport is, the less road traffic congestion will be. The supply side has intervening variables that impact availability of public transport, and these variables will be examined to determine their impact on public transport availability and their applicability to Ghana's situation. So in the study done in 2013, these are the variables they looked at: expanding the road transport infrastructure, improving public transport, improving traffic operation, mobility management, appropriate institutional arrangements, the right combination of policies, and that constituted the supply side. For the demand side, they look at economic measures, regulatory measures, and land use policies. This study looked at the supply side and introduced in it one other variable, which is the integrated state and private-owned public transport system services. The combination of this will have a positive effect on improved public transport system and also result in a reduction in vehicular traffic congestion. So the framework looks at variables such as expanding the transport infrastructure, improving public transport, integrated. So here you are integrating state-owned and then public-owned transports to determine how the two can collaborate together, improving traffic operations, mobility management, appropriate institutional arrangements, the right combination of policies. And this is expected to have positive impact on improved public transportation and in effect reduce or let more people use public transport and therefore reduce traffic congestion, because once more people are using public transport, mass movement of people occur and the private use will reduce, and that is expected to reflect in the reduction in public transport. The methodology for this research. I am using a mixed method approach in this research. The approach is a characteristic of triangularization, and especially in qualitative research, where questions are concerned with gaining an understanding of complex processes within the organization that involve many actors. And here there are many actors indeed that will have to be interacted with to get the right information. For the literature review, for me to be able to provide description, summary, and critical evaluation of works related to the research, the study will review surveys and relevant books, scholarly researches, articles, relevant theories, and other sources relevant to the subject matter of this research. Data collection, so the data type and data method. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So here I'll be using primary and secondary data. such as demography of commuters, means of travel, which will be obtained using qualitative research methods. These methods are necessary for explaining the research problems that use an inductive approach. Other methods such as focus and telephone interviews, structured questionnaires, observations, official documents review, and records will be done. Qualitative research method will also be used to assess data on travel times and frequency of travels undertaken by commuters. The case study method adopted in research is to ensure a focused data collection process and empirical analysis of this in this research. The data source. Data source will be from existing state and private-owned public transport service operators, users of the services provided by these operators, and privately owned vehicle drivers and users. Sample size, I'm looking at a sample size of 350 because previous studies have been around 300, 400, and 500. And also because of time and the fact that it will cost some money to do this. Public transport, so I will also look at this 350 will consist of public transport operators, both state and privately owned, public transport users, privately owned vehicle drivers and users, and operators of privately owned public transports. Greater Accra, again, is the area for this assessment because, again, it has 60% of Ghana's vehicle population. The sampling technique, I will be using purposive or judgmental, which is the same sampling technique, which will be used to focus on samples with specific characteristics in a targeted population groups of interest. My data analysis is expected to be done using statistical package for social sciences software to analyze and interpret the data using simple linear regressions to see the relationship between public transport and traffic congestion. Descriptive statistics from the analysis will be done, and all summarizations of the characteristics of the data will also be done. There will be inferential statistics. Inferential statistics will be used to test the hypothesis and assess whether the findings from the data can be generalized. This is my research flow, and start from the introduction, literature review, methodology, primary data collection, statements of limitation, and then conclusion. And this is my Gantt chart. From what I show, I think I'm on course, and if all goes well, I should be able to finish the program as scheduled. In conclusion, I'll be working towards the chapter 4 and 5, and 5 would have the recommendation. 4, analysis will be provided and conclusions drawn from the data collected will also be presented there. These are my references for this proposal. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Samevo. Despite of several technical glitch, you managed to complete your progress update successfully. Now let's open for Q&A session. We will begin with your supervisor, Dr. Said Muhammad Reza Gadiri. Dr. Reza, do you have any questions or suggestions for Mr. Samevo? I think Dr. Reza not here. We will open to other master faculty members, lecturers. Doctors, do you have any comments for Mr. Samevo?
Yes, Ms. Vicky, I would like to make some comments. Yes, Samevo, congratulations on your progress. You have apparently completed up to chapter 3, which very soon you'll be ready for your proposal defense. My observation is this, that when I read your paper and compared to your presentation, your paper has very much less content than your presentation. And furthermore, it's too brief. So when you want to be ready for your proposal defense, please beef up your paper. Right now it's I think about 20 over pages only. So you should double that up. And whatever you presented today should also be included in the paper. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Number 2, in your paper, you did not state the research question, but now in your presentation you did. Only that I didn't check. You should check whether there is alignment between your research question and your research objective. Okay, you need to check it out because it should be aligned 1-to-1.
Okay.
Okay, and then on your sampling, you need to. Okay, in your paper you didn't mention the quantity. In your presentation you did. However, in both you did not state how you choose sample size of 300. In PhD, you need to be very precise why you choose 300 and why not 380 or why not 100. Okay, you need to specify why you do that. And then somehow I saw in your presentation on your research structure, maybe if you just show that, I want to check a few slides before this.
Okay.
Can you show?
Sorry.
Oops. Yeah, just go back a few slides. Okay. Yeah, that was it. No. The one that you just showed earlier.
Okay. This.
No. The diagram I saw you flash the diagram after this. I think it's after this. Yes, this one.
Yeah.
Process, discussion, literature review, methodology. Chapter 4 and chapter 5. If it's referring to your chapter, I think it's not quite right because chapter is analysis, results analysis. Then number 5 is conclusion, and your statement of limitation should be right on top, not here. Okay. If this, so you need to correct that.
Okay.
That's my feedback, and I hope with those feedback you will be able to make your paper better for real proposal defense soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. K.
Thank you, Dr. Jairi. Now I would like to call Dr. Vijayan to give his feedback. Dr. Vijayan?
Yes, Simo, thanks for presenting. Wonderful presentation. It's about the public transport because I believe all over the world, the public transport is a major concern for all the governments and so on. As Dr. Kairi mentioned just now, a few feedbacks that I want to highlight. Number one is that the one you mentioned in your slide and the one you written in the report is not tally. I could say lack of information in your reports, especially, for example, research question. You just now mentioned research question in your presentation, but not in your report. Same thing, you also cannot find your framework, the model in the report, but now you're showing it. Please update, please update it, put into your report. And third thing I want to put in is that your operational definition also missing in your report. Please update. Another thing also missing is scope of study. You mentioned in your presentation is Ghana and all that, but in your report is missing. And well, this is all chapter 1. Chapter 1, another thing missing is that your citation. Most of the paragraph you write without anybody's references or citations is missing, very obvious. So whenever statement you make, please quote in their names and all that. And finally, your objective, review your research objective is 6 of them, so that it's tally with your research questions and also your hypothesis. That is for your chapter 1. For chapter 2, please organize your research write-up. Try to base on the your DV and IV. What is IV for research studies, and come up more information of that IV and DV. And also, when you want to write up the DV and IV, please highlight the definition first. Who gave the definition plus their plus or negative finding related to that IV. For example, just now I remember you said one was a public transport. Some of that variable that he quoted was expanding transport infrastructure. No. Okay, next question will come in. When you say expanding transport infrastructure. Mute your mic. So next question comes in, we need to define that statement, number one. Number two, we also need to know how to measure that. Your questionnaire must be able to measure the expanding transport infrastructure. How you want to measure that? So you need to explain clearly how you want to measure just one variable. For chapter 3, again, inside the report is all there, quantitative, qualitative. Now finally you say in your presentation this mixed method. If you say it's mixed method, in your research design, please spell out how you want to do with the research method, whether quanti first, quali first, or quali first and quanti first. If you said quali first, either way, then you have to spell out all the design, how you want to do sample for quali, how you want to, what kind of method you want to use for quali, and so on. Then for quanti, you also need to spell out clearly how you're going to choose the sample, how you want to go about to give the questionnaire, whom to give, and all that must be written clearly. So because since it's mixed method, both method also must have all the information. Okay. Is that clear, Sima?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then come to unit of analysis. For both also you need to say that who's a unit of analysis for quali and also quanti, since your mixed method. So you need to spell out. Then again will comes the population. So here, like just Gary said, if you want to select 350, how you select? How you select the 350? Who's your population? Clearly define the population first before next only comes our selection technique. How you going to go about to select the 330? That's number two. Before that, you need to determine how you come to 350. How you decide the 350 first. That's number one. Number two will be how you want to select. How you want to select your samples. How? So you must define clearly how you want to do it. That's another thing. And number 6 will be procedure, data collection. How you want to go about to collect your data. Once you determine your questionnaire, how you determine a sample, how you want to go about collect that sample. You must clearly define it's missing here. And again, of course, the last one will be for chapter 3 will be analysis. How you want to do it, what are the tests you want to do it, and so on. Another thing is missing here is I can say the questionnaire is totally not here at all. You need to spell out the questionnaire, who's author and all that. What is the validity, reliability of the question, and all that must be there in your chapter 3. I think that's all from my side.
Thank you once again to Dr. Khairi and Dr. Vijayan. Any other comments? Participants? Okay, if no, again, I think that was a very constructive feedback from both Dr. Khairi and Dr. Vijayan. Thank you so much, doctors. Mr. Samaivo, I think you will take into consideration all the points that they mentioned, and maybe next year you will come up with your proposal defense. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Samaivo, and our commenters just now. Okay, now next we move on with the next proposal defense from our PhD in management candidate, Mr. Han Min. Okay, he's a student under the supervision of Associate Professor Dr. Janaka Loh, and his topic will be factor influencing lecturers' job satisfaction in the high-stress education working environment in China. The examiner for this session will be Dr. Han Lee Kui and Dr. Vijayan. Let's welcome Mr. Han Min to present.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I'm so sorry, Ms. Han Min. You may present now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Can you share your screen?
Wait for a moment. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I can see your. Can you go to your slide mode? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished Professor Amhamin. It is my honor to make the opening defense in this seminar. The following is the content of my proposal for the colloquium. Factor influencing lecturers' job satisfaction in the high-stress education working environment in China. Background.
Miss Han, can you share your screen again?
Wait for a moment. What's wrong?
Okay, we can see your screen now. Miss Han? Miss Han, are you there?
Hamin,
we cannot hear you.
She's muted.
Hamin, we cannot hear you.
Turn on your microphone, Hamin. Prof. Janaka, maybe you want to say in Chinese?
Hamin, 听不到, cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can
now
you hear
can,
me?
now can.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
please share your screen.
Okay. Can you see PowerPoint?
We can see, but please put in the slide presentation mode. Okay. Yeah, please proceed.
Okay.
Speak louder, please.
Background. As an important indicator of school effectiveness, lecturers' job satisfaction has attracted a wide attention from managers and researchers in education circles at home and abroad, and a large number of related studies have been done. China's education system is different from other countries, such as a difference in the educational system and educational methods. PPT?
Miss Han, we cannot see your screen. Yeah, okay, now better.
Okay, sorry. According to data from the Statistical Bulletin of China's Education Development as of 2018, there are more than 2,600 regular colleges and universities nationwide, with a total enrollment of nearly 40 million in various types of higher education. The number of enrollment in higher education in China ranks first world. Due to the increasing number of students and the university's expansion, lecturers in China experiencing a more significant psychological stress challenge. The academic team is confronted with increased workload and stress to conduct research and public scholarly work. Research has shown that lecturers experience depressive symptoms, mental health burdens, and a heightened level of occupational stress. All these factors induce dissatisfaction and consequently lead to lower quality of education. At present, the main source of the lecturer's work stress are performance evaluation and professional titles evaluation. Due to the particularity of higher education, lecturers must give consideration to both teaching and scientific research and pay more and more attention to scientific research, and the standard is higher and higher. If the number of papers can't reach the specified number and the application for scientific research projects can't be applied, it will directly affect the performance and the professional title evaluation of lecturers, and even affect whether lecturers can continue to be employed by the college without the stress on lecturers. As an important indicator, as an problem statement, as the population increased, the number of students also increased. The increasing number of enrollments implied that the scramble for resources would undermine the quality of education offered. The table is a comparison chart of the number of lecturers and the students in the 4 universities in Xi'an. Yellow represents full-time lecturers and blue represents the number of the students at a school. Job dissatisfaction lead to lesser and both performance and the organization's commitment reduces. Dissatisfied lecturers won't hesitate to quit the job, especially if there are no anticipated methods to prove satisfaction. Problem statement: losing an academic staff, especially amid an academic semester, implied creating a disconnect between the outgoing and the incoming lecture. Such an occurrence makes the student suffer severely. The organization also suffers a lot financially and in terms of its prioritization. Higher education undertakes the 4 functions of talent training: scientific research, social service, and cultural inheritance and innovation. Talent training is a foundation of running a university. Main objective: the main objective of the research is assessment to factor influence lecturers' job satisfaction in higher stress education working environment in China. Sub-objectives: to identify the work stress factor employed in higher learning institutions to lecturers, to identify the satisfaction with remuneration package in higher learning institutions to lecturers, to identify the satisfaction with leadership behavior and administration method in the higher learning institutions to lecturers, to identify the satisfaction with the work environment higher learning institutions to lecturers, to identify the satisfaction with colleague relationship higher learning institutions to lecturers, to identify the satisfaction with social status in higher learning institutions to lecturers. Research questions: how to reduce the work stress of lecturers in higher learning institutions, how to build a democratic management in higher learning institutions, how to enrich campus culture optimize working environment, and improve job satisfaction with the higher learning institutions. Literature gap. Previous studies mostly discussed the influence of college lectures' job satisfaction from the perspective of salary, promotion, welfare, supervision, and management, etc. This study is based on the current background of higher quality requirements for lectures in Chinese universities. The work stress of lectures has become an important indicator that affects lectures' job satisfaction. Contribution to literature. The gaps in literature explore the areas that haven't been investigated and require input from future research. Such gaps give the future research insights on the contribution they can make towards improve and advance knowledge. The researchers' outcomes and the recommendations made in the thesis would added to existing academics value scholarly may use the result of this study as the source of reference. Practical implications. The lectures play the role of education, teaching, research, administrative role, and counseling the students. The quality education improves when the lectures are satisfied to carry out the job with little or no effective conflict and stress. This research is based on the literature review. Research based on the broad concepts, extracting and sorting out the opinions involved in the existing research, respectively, are Chinese,
Miss Han?
She's muted again.
Let me see.
Yeah, let me try to contact her on another channel.
Ah, she's in. Miss Han? Can you unmute your mic, Miss Han? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Han, we can hear you.
We can.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, please continue.
Continue. Sorry. Research based on fundamental theories respectively are effort-reward imbalance theory, expectancy theory, ERG theory. The ERI theory proposed by Cigarette discusses the generation mechanism and the action mechanism of work stress from the perspective of social equity theory, which includes 3 dimensions of effort, reward, and overkill moment. Effort-reward imbalance model has unique advantages in explaining lectures work stress and specific operation for lectures work stress. Expectancy theory can effectively predict job satisfaction. Room believes that satisfaction depends on the extent that individual expectations coincide with actual achievement and that failure to achieve expectations creates dissatisfaction. Therefore, only by establishing a fair distribution system can we improve lecturers' job satisfaction. ERG theory. People all need to contact and communicate with other people at work or outside of work, need to maintain a harmonious relationship with partners and colleagues. This relationship also largely affects lecture satisfaction and performance. Conceptual framework and hypotheses. Based on the above research, the following hypotheses are developed. Effectively reducing work stress will improve job satisfaction. Reasonable improvement remuneration package will improve job satisfaction. Good leadership behavior and administration method will improve job satisfaction. A harmonious work environment will improve job satisfaction. A harmonious colleague relationship will improve job satisfaction. High social status lead to higher job satisfaction. By participating in democratic management, lecturers will effectively reduce work stress, reasonable improve remuneration package, coordinate leadership behavior and management methods, optimize working environment, improve colleague relationship and social status so as to improve job satisfaction. Method, quantitative. The data collection methodology for this study is online survey. Online survey was taken because of the COVID-19. Method of data collection, questionnaire, unit of analysis, lecture from our different universities in Xi'an are selected. Sample size, 384. The survey issued 384 questionnaire was distributed. The size of the sample size was determined by referring to a table proposed by Craig and Morgan. Sampling method, convenience sampling, method of analysis, reliability and validity analysis, structural equation model analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, and hypothesis test. Report to complete. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hamdi, congratulations for completing your proposal defense. Let's move on with the Q&A section with our examiners. We will start with Dr. Vijayan. Dr. Vijayan?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Ms. Ann. Very good. Yeah, I think your report is detailed about the teachers' workload. Just and please go back to your research questions and also research aim, objective and the question.
Yes.
Ms. Ann, share your slide on the research questions.
Factor influencing lectures in higher stress education working environment in China.
Share your slide.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next. Next.
We please mute your mic.
Next.
Participants, please mute your mic. Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay, you see, this is the objective, right?
Oh.
Okay, go back here. You see the objective. You are setting work stress, identify stress, remuneration package, leadership, work environment, colleague relations, and social status. Go back, next one. Next slide.
下一页。
Okay, look at the question number 3, 1.43. How to enrich campus culture? How this question can answer your research objective? How to enrich campus culture?
Oh, by participating in democratic management, lecturers will effectively reducing work stress, reasonable improve remuneration package, coordinate leadership behavior and management methods, optimize working environment, improve colleague relationship and social status so as to improve job satisfaction.
Dr. Vijaya, I think she's not answering your question. I think they particularly, let me explain to her later.
Okay.
I think most
then
China
I just
students have problem understanding our accent, Malaysian accent and Indian accent.
No problem. Just to let her know, number one, the research is talking about the lecturer, right? Not about the teacher, right? Am I correct to say?
Okay, for Chinese, these two terms are interchangeable, but she's talking about higher learning, institution of higher learning, so it's lecturer in our terms.
Okay, because the write-up all she in chapter 1, 2 and all she mentioned about teacher. So if that's a thing, maybe we can streamline the word. How she defines teachers in China.
Yeah, actually I told her already.
So that's one thing. And second thing is that let's say go chapter 1, that's okay, that's one. Citation, there's some of the statements she make, there's no citation or reference. Number 3, yes, the research objective. Research objective and the questions not tally. Streamline the statement, so it represents each and every one. Number three is there's lack of research limitation in the chapter 1, and also there's a lack of some operational definition for the keywords. Operational definition for the variables. That's number 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 2, the theories. She mentioned 7 theories. In this one, I think it's too much. Maybe she can select 2 or 3 and try to link the theory with the studies. Studies, basically, I look at it is job satisfaction and also affecting variables. You're talking about the work stress, the 7 variables, I think 6 or 7 variables. So try to identify few theories that can link and support that studies. That's one thing. And okay, second thing in chapter 2, I see a lot of variables she mentions. Means she studied, as she explained, a lot of variables, which is not the one she's going to study. Frameworks variable and the one she described in chapter 2 is a bit different. Maybe she can streamline that 2 statements because the variables she want to study and the variables she explained in chapter 2 is a bit different. So maybe she can streamline on that part. And of course, it's different. And also, we can review the hypothesis question because hypothesis question also ensure is tally with our research question. And another thing is I want to mention here for chapter 2, please remove your reference from end of chapter 1, chapter 2, anyway, chapter to end of the chapter 5. You can, if let's say for proposal, if you want to put reference, put it at the last page and not end of the every chapter. Miss Ann? Take note of that. Remove your reference to the last part. Okay. For chapter 3, she was your unit analysis. Unit analysis. Try to limit too much of unit analysis. Just explain who's your unit analysis. If it's quantitative, okay, please spell out who is your respondent. Who's your respondent or participant. Another thing I want to mention here, she mentioned that in their study, population is about 3,737 higher education, higher institute of education, 3,700. But then I quote the next paragraph, she said she select 4. Why 4? Why 4? Why not 5? Why not 6? I must have some reasons. Out of 3,007, why 4 only? And from there, she said she will select 384 academics, and she said the table. in order to use that crunchy and table, you must know the population. So from that population, please place the table there so that we know from this population, that population is representing the higher education. Here, your respondent is an academician, so the number of staff in that university represent the population. So please spell out clearly who's your population. First is your institute, second is your academician. So again, we'll come into the selection. How we go about 3007, we select sample. How many? That is one sampling. Number one. Number two will be from that institution, how you want to select the academician, the 384. So please spell out clearly. That's one. Another thing I want to mention here is about the questionnaire. The questionnaire, first of all, we must mention the author's name. Who is the author for that respective questionnaire? And I saw the questionnaire at the end of the chapters, but that questionnaire looks not tally with their variables. For example, I take one example, like just now she said work stress. I couldn't find a questionnaire for that work stress. There's not there. So please tally up the questionnaire that you read, put it up, must tally with the variable that you're going to measure. And also please quote the author's names, then only we can streamline that and plus the operational definition for that particular variables and so on. So please do that. And also the last one I just want to tell, please mention your questionnaire's validity and reliability, and also pilot test if you, for your questionnaire. I think that's all from my side.
Yes.
Anyway, the report is there. I'll give it to the IPS. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ignish.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayan. We move on with Dr. Quay. Dr. Quay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, regarding Ms. Hamin, regarding your proposal, the first thing first is you didn't follow our MUST format, because our MUST for the previous years, since many years ago, we have the MUST format, the for writing research proposal. Okay, first thing first is you didn't follow the MUST format. Okay, now inside the MUST format, okay, we have a proper guideline and the proper way to write the proposal. Because inside the MUST format, you need to include the research process flow chart and the Gantt chart. Okay, but inside your proposal, you didn't put in the Gantt chart. You need to put in the research process flow chart and the Gantt chart. Okay, it is part of the proposal format. Okay, to follow the MUST format, it is the most important one. This is the first thing. Second thing is your references. References, you need to follow the APA format, the international APA format. Okay, for writing the references, I see your proposal. Every chapter you put in a lot of the references, but actually references supposed to be put at last. Like after you finish your first chapter, then you put a lot of references. Then your second chapter, you put in also a lot of references. A third chapter also you put in a lot of references. So it's supposed all the references should be put at last. Okay, all the references should be put at last. Okay, and please, and you need to check carefully with the APA format and the APA style. Okay, okay. Then the third thing is you mentioned about that you are going to use the descriptive statistic and the inferential statistic. Okay, but inside the descriptive statistic, we have a lot of different types of descriptive statistic. Okay, we have discrete probability distribution, we have continuous probability distribution, we have binomial distribution, we have normal distribution, we have Poisson distribution, we have hypergeometric distribution. Okay, we even have the exponential distribution. Okay, even for the descriptive statistic, we have many different types of descriptive statistic. You have to identify which type of descriptive statistic that you are going to use, which technique, which statistical equations that you are going to use. Okay. Then another thing also, you say that you want to use descriptive statistic. Then after that, you say that you want to use inferences statistic. But inferences statistic, the explanation for inferences statistic, you not enough. Okay, not enough. Okay, let's say if you provide the null hypothesis, you also need to provide the alternative hypothesis. Okay, you give a lot of null hypothesis, but regarding the alternative hypothesis also you need to give. Okay, so you need to give more explanation on the inferential statistic, because when we want to do the inferential statistic that time, we have to make hypothesis, we have to make estimation. Okay, we have to make claims, the claims for our inferential statistic. Okay, then from your population, you need to explain that how are you going to select your sample and determine your sample mean. The sample mean, then after that, you need to show the way that how are you going to use your sample information to prove the correctness of your hypothesis, to prove whether your hypothesis is accepted or rejected, whether you reject your hypothesis or whether you accept your hypothesis. Okay, whether you need to show a way lah. You need to show a way that how are you going to determine your significant level, your confidence level, and everything. Okay, those are the important things for the inferential statistic. Okay, but you describe a lot. You describe just briefly on the inferential statistic. Okay, then also you mentioned about descriptive statistic. So you need to be very clear. What kind of statistical methods that you are going to use, what kind of equations that you are going to use. Okay, you need to be very clear. You need to be very clear whether your data is discrete probability distribution or continuous probability distribution. Okay, so the most important thing for doing the PhD here is you need to come up with the new knowledge, new theory, new knowledge. New knowledge is the most important one. Okay, you can do a lot of references, you can find a lot of references, but the most important thing is from all the references, it needs to pass through a refining process. A refining process that you need to refine to have your own crystal of knowledge. That is your crystal of wisdom, which is we call it as the new knowledge. Okay, we call it as the new knowledge. Okay, so I can see that you put in a lot of efforts to write your research proposal. So I would like to say that congratulations for you because you have put in a lot of effort. Okay, the most important one is you need to follow the MUST format for writing the research proposal. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kui. Any other questions from the audience? Supervisor?
Oh, I've been talking to her most of the time.
Okay, no Doctor. No comments. Thanks, Doctor. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Han, Dr. Janaka, for being very supportive, and also to Dr. Vijayan and Dr. Kui for sharing your thoughts. I think it will be helpful for the student to improve her research paper. Thank you, Ms. Hanmin. Okay, next. Before we move to the next presentation, we will have one more video presentation from our recently graduated student, Mr. Wong Kan Tuan. Let's watch the video together.
Hello everybody, my name is Vương Khánh Tuấn. I completed PhD in Management 2020. It was my wonderful time in Malaysia University of Science and Technology, MUST. I believe that MUST has become one of great universities, not only in Malaysia, but also in the world. When I study in MUST, it is a good environment to develop my research ability and innovation that can support me to adapt with the international environment. Additionally, I would like to express my special thanks to my supervisor, Professor Dr. Prem Kumar, and the MUST staff. Their experience and professional support helped me to complete my study. Thank you very much again, and MUST is always in my heart forever. Thank you.
Let's give him a big applause. A friend of mine completed his PhD. Once again, congratulations, Dr. Wong Kan Tuan. Okay, we are moving to the third presentation. It will be a progress update by Mr. Isaac Taki Amukwanor. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah? The supervisor is Dr. Said Mama Reza Gadiri. And the topic of his presentation today will be the determinants of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility, a sub-Saharan African country as a case. Mr. Isaac, over to you.
Thank you and good morning.
You have 20 minutes.
Please, have you seen my slide?
Yes, we can see a slide.
Okay.
Now, please go
good morning to all.
Mr. Isaac, please go to slide mode.
Good morning all. My name is Isaac Techi Amukwano, coming from Ghana. And then my topic is the determinant of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility, Ghana as a case. My supervisor is Professor Dr. Said Mohammed. I have this as my outline, which ran through from the introduction to the selected references. The introduction of my topic is, as cities are growing in terms of population and physical size, their contribution to the National Development Program, GDP, are also increasing due to increased economic activities in urban areas. Now, in many countries, the contribution of cities to national GDP is 80% or more to the total GDP. The source is from UN Habitat. With this greater role of urban sector, the demand for urban transportation, passenger and freight has increased in many fold, and the statistics below indicates as such. The background of my study, that is, in developing countries, vehicle ownership is relatively low and dependency on public transport is high. However, the financial condition and performance of all forms of government organized public transport are ineffective and are in decline. 2011. The transport sector claims 24% of energy-related carbon emissions as demand grows with urbanization and economic growth. With the right policies and resources, However, transport can spur economics, connect people to jobs, health, education, climate change, address climatic change. This was also gotten from the World Bank. Transportation is widely recognized as a major component of sustainability. Sustainability in the context of transportation does not simply refer to the act of sustaining a transport system. Transportation sustainability is about understanding the broader impacts. I went over to define what urban sustainability refers to. My problem statement, that is in Ghana, a lot of studies have been conducted in the major cities. The two major cities in Ghana are Accra and then Kumasi. And most of them benefited from this majority of such work. Those studies looked at transport within urban sphere, and have mostly been in injuries or traffic accidents. Jima and Co. looked at the congestion. Anochi and Co. also looked at passenger satisfaction. Some looked at demand and services capacity. Some also looked at energy efficiency. But this study will identify the main determinants of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility in Ghana and draw lessons for promoting effective transportation policies fit for Ghana and other developing cities in the sub-Saharan Africa. It will further quantify the influence of city features and socioeconomic and sociocultural variables on mobility patterns to identify evidence-based policy interventions for promoting more inclusive and sustainable transportation paths. Finally, there is the need for continuous research in the urban sphere of the transport use to effectively understand the current situation and propose policies that can help improve the changing dynamics. Based on the background, I came out with the following questions. 1. To what extent has urban mobility and transportation system contributed to the socioeconomic sustainability in Ghana? 2. What are the key internal barriers that prevent urban mobility and transportation system sustainability in Ghana? 3. What effect does the daily use of transportation system have on the movement of people and goods in the urban areas in Ghana? 4. How have urban mobility and transport system intervention program affected the rate of movement of people and goods in the urban areas? And then what conceptual framework can be developed and proposed for the implementation of sustainable urban mobility and transportation system in Ghana? And to address these questions, I have to first come to the aim before I go to the objectives. Congestion, the research aim. The congestion in major cities in Ghana is becoming too much and unbearable, coupled with high rapid urbanization, increased low quality public transport, high energy consumption, pollution, and non-motorized transport, as well as infrastructure. Yet there has not been enough research in these areas to address this problem. Consequently, this study will provide some insight on how to move forward the sustainable transportation agenda in developing countries based on empirical evidence from one of those countries, which will be valuable to policymakers, the government, the researchers in these new urban frontiers. And it will further propose ways of reducing the transportation demand, which will contribute to reduction of the scarce resource and provide less adverse impact on environmental and economy. These are my research objectives. To explore the extent of contribution of urban mobility and transportation system has contributed to the socioeconomic sustainability in Ghana. To illustrate the key internal barriers that prevent urban mobility and transportation system sustainability in Ghana. It will also explain the effect that daily use of urban mobility and transportation system have on the movement of people and goods in the urban areas. We'll go further to evaluate how urban mobility and transport intervention programs have affected the mass movement among the population in the urban area system in Ghana. And then we'll finally it will finally analyze what conceptual framework can be developed and proposed for the implementation of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility systems in Ghana. The following are literatures that I reviewed pertaining to writing, putting up this proposal, and some journals, articles, and then etc. In coming up with this, through the related literatures, I came across Dubé and Gunasakaran 2015, who had understudied the same and then have come with this underpinning theory. And to them, government policy, economic situation, social factors, green technology, legal structure, environmental dimensions all contribute to sustainable transport. After reading extensively, I came out with my own student construct. And the conceptual framework I came out with is, under the government policy, I listed items like infrastructure provision, urban and transport planning, safety and security, licensing, control and inspection, regulation and enforcement, economic situation, land use efficiency, demand for travel, tariff levels, income of commuters, increased car occupancy rates. These are my IVs. And then I have a control variable, that is the urban planning. And then I have a moderating variable, that's urban planning, as well as control variables, that is the age of population, gender, ethnicity, educational background, marital status. My research hypothesis, as drawn, can be deducted from one, the government policy. You see that the government policy will positively influence sustainable urban mobility and transport. Economic situation will also positively impact. Social factor will do same. Green technology will do same. Environmental dimension will do same. Urban planning will moderate the nexus between government policies and urban mobility transport. Urban planning will moderate the economic situation and then the urban mobility. And as to the last one, data collection. Data type and method for collection. Primary and secondary data will be obtained using quantitative research data. The sampling method will be based on non-probability sampling. The purposive and then convenience and the convenience non-probability method will be employed to select the participants of the study. Purposive and non-probability was used because the researcher wants to gain detailed knowledge about a specific phenomenon rather than make statistical inferences, and non-probability because it is easier and cheaper to assess, even though it has a higher risk of sampling bias. The quantitative part of the study will utilize approximately 300 respondents, 100 each from the three clusters above, while the qualitative will be based on key informant, semi-structured interviews. One method. Other methods such as focus group, interview, structured questionnaires, observation, as well as documented evidence will be used as part of the data collection. The method of analysis. The data. Should I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
The data collection will be a mixed approach of data collection will be used. That is both quantitative and then qualitative, and are also based on interviewed administered. Qualitative data was chosen because the aim of the researcher is to test a hypothesis and will need to measure something precise or gain large statistical insight. Besides, a qualitative data collection was also used as the researcher wants to understand experiences and gain insight into specific context. Population, type of data, primary and secondary source of information, sampling frame, and sampling method data instruments are all going to be used. This is my flow chart that begins with the initial study, so the recommendation and conclusion. And then this is my Gantt chart, which indicates the submission of proposal, defense, etc. So the end of the thesis. Significance of the study. Ghana, like most countries in developing world, is far behind in the area of mass transportation of people and goods in the urban areas. This has contributed to the influx of private vehicle ownership with its associated high traffic congestion and increased road crashes. Therefore, the evaluation of sustainable urban mobility strategies will be helpful to foresee the future transportation system and its planning, particularly for the public. Government, policymakers can benefit from the determinants sustainable and inclusive urban mobility research and take steps in formulating comprehensive planning for the future transportation system. The community, that is the public, will benefit indirectly from the research through the adoption and implementation of sustainable urban mobility assessment procedure and techniques by the government and policymakers. It will be significant knowledge. It will be significant to knowledge and future research development. Research population. The population of the study will consist of stakeholders of sustainability urban mobility in Ghana. The overall three set of stakeholders, namely the government, ministry, agencies and departments, road contractors, Ghana Private Road Transport Union, that is the union that constitutes 70% of a vehicle. They own 70% on privately used vehicles. And then commuters of transport services will be sampled. Sampling procedure. The sampling method will be based on non-probability sampling method, as already explained. The purposive and the convenience non-probability method will be employed to select the participants of the study. The quantitative part of the study will utilize approximately 300 respondents, each from the three clusters above, whilst the qualitative and then one will be based on the key informal structures. Sampling size of 300 was chosen based on Roku's 1975 rule of thumb that suggests that sample size that are greater than 30 or less than 500 should be appropriate for most research. The selection of 100 participants from each of the three clusters is based on random sampling. Data analysis and interpretation. Statistical package for social sciences, SPSS software will be used to analyze and interpret the data collected. In conclusion, the study has investigated the determinants of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility in the context of Ghana, aiming to identify the factors that influence the decision of urban transport users and what can be done to help improve upon the identified situation. The findings can help design better transport and urban system in the cities of developing countries and avoid sustainable transportation paths of certain cities in more urbanized and more income countries. The study will conclude that public policy in developing countries should urgently focus on enabling strategies for expanding non-motorized and public transport infrastructure in cities, particularly among small and medium cities, to avoid unsustainable pattern of urban mobility. The structure of the thesis, the study will be based on 5 chapters. Chapter 1 will introduce the background of the study. 2 will review the extant literature that sought to address the topic. 3 will discuss the research framework and design. 4 will discuss the findings and analysis. 5 will address conclusion and recommendations of the study. Below, these are my references. Thank you.
Okay, good job, Mr. Isaac. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move on with question and answer session. We're open to the MEST faculty members. Any question from the faculty members? Dr. Kai? Yes, please.
I would like to make some comment, if I may.
Yeah, please, Doctor.
Yes, Isaac, first of all, congratulations for having reached this milestone. You have completed your 3 chapters and almost ready for proposal defense. So my comments here is to help you improve your paper so that you can be ready for proposal defense soon. Okay?
Thank you.
First of all, the same comment as I did for Samuel just now, that your paper, your written paper that we saw and your presentation is slightly different in the sense that the paper is less detailed than your presentation. So whatever you have in the presentation, please put it in the paper if you don't already have there. Okay. Secondly,
thank you, sir.
The problem statement. Currently, the way you construct your problem statement is based on literature. There is a gap in the literature, they don't address this issue and so on. However, what is the real problem? That's the one that you want to address in the problem statement. What is the real problem? And then later on, you will find that in the literature, there's a gap on this problem. Okay, so it's not find the gap in the research that you will determine the problem. You determine the problem first. What is the problem? And then you find the gap in the literature research. All right.
Thank you.
Number 2, you have a lot of abbreviations in your paper. You need to have
Thank you.
Thank you.
One, I think you explained your research methodology quite well, but in your paper it was brief. Whether it is qualitative and quantitative, so you need to make it clearer and describe each methodology, qualitative and quantitative. And then again, your sample size, somehow you choose 300, broken down into groups of 10. So please determine why, or rather explain why you choose 300. Okay, why 300? Okay. And then data collection and methodology, your analysis and data collection method and methodology analysis somewhere in your paper there is exactly identical. I'm not sure whether it is a mistake or you copy and paste, but they repeat exactly the same statements word for word.
I will look at it then.
Yes. And then item number 7, scope and limitation of study shouldn't be in chapter 3. It should be in chapter 1, scope and limitation of study. And also in your presentation, I saw just now in terms of sequence, if that is the way you are going to write in your paper, it is not quite in the right sequence. Okay, so you need to put the sequence per our template. Lastly, the one that I've noted here is your reference. Please choose more of those that are 5 years or less. And if you imagine now you have, let's say, 5 years, and then later on, as you finish your PhD, maybe it is even later. So if you get maybe 4 years or less, because I see now out of your references, I think only 4 that are of 2018. The rest are all old references. So get some new references, recent references as well. Lastly, which I think I didn't see in your paper, is your hypothesis. You have 10 of them, which of course correspond to your research framework. So you may want to simplify your research framework so that you have less number of hypotheses, because I think 10 is too many. Well, you can discuss with your supervisor if that's manageable. That's all I have. Thanks, Isaac and Vicky.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Dr. Khairil, for your valuable comment. So, any other lecturers, if you want to comment?
Chair Vicky, I just want to ask a few questions to Isaac.
Yes, Doctor, please.
Yeah, Isaac, I was reading your proposal. All right, and now I see you're working on 5 chapters, but in your paper you were writing on 6 chapters. Any reason of the change?
Yes, initially it was when I referred to the MUST guidelines. I saw that yes, it's supposed to be 5 instead of the 6 that I started.
All right, so you haven't got the guideline before you submit the. I suppose so, was it? Now you got the guideline.
Yes, I looked for it. I think yesterday or so. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's very important that you follow the guidelines. In your proposal, I see that you're using some section with different text font. Yeah, you must be consistent throughout. No? And don't change the text. Suppose you last minute you just copy here and then and paste, and then resulting the font are different.
Okay, sir.
All right, and then even the alignment also. There's some section you do the left and right justify alignment, and some section you just do the left alignment. All this has to be consistent. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
And then, of course, just now Dr. Harry mentioned your 3.2 and 3.3, yeah? Data collection and meta-analysis are the same text. I think just copy from the data collection and copy into the meta-analysis. It cannot be the same text and discussion, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll have a look.
All right, have a look at that. Okay, I'm more concerned about the direction of your research, because from your title, you actually want to investigate the determinants of the sustainable urban mobility. Okay, so that means your sustainable urban mobility is your DV, dependent variable, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you want to investigate what are the factors that can affect your DV, which is the sustainable urban mobility.
That's the environmental, the government policies, the
But if you look at your research question, can you show your slide again? All right. So if you look at this is research question number 1. It seems to me that now urban mobility and transportation system, which is part of the urban mobility, now become your independent variable, because you want to find out what extent urban mobility and transportation affect the socio-economic sustainability of Ghana now. So, which is not consistent with what you want to find out, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Question number 4. It seemed to me that the same thing. Yeah. So now you want to investigate urban mobility and transport system. Yeah. Intervention affect the rate of mass movement of people. So I'm not sure how you put this in the same flow of your of your research that you want to do. Because looking at your framework, you're quite clear. You have all these factors and determinant that you want to investigate how they are going to affect the urban mobility, sustainable urban mobility. So your sustainable urban mobility become the DV. So it looks like some of these questions that you have, because your research question and your sort of objective must be a direct reflection of your research framework and also your hypothesis.
Okay, sir.
So yeah, suggest you relook at your research question and research objective again, so that they must be consistent. Yeah, it must be reflected by the illustration of the research framework and also the statement of the hypothesis, so that the flow of this discussion is clear, and any readers we can follow your discussion, rather than trying to find out what actually that you're trying to do, and some areas maybe not consistent is what you're trying to do. Okay, I hope that will help you to prepare for your proper proposal defense letter. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Kamal. I believe it will be a helpful comment for Mr. Isaac. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
My question is this: were these observations made by our supervisors be sent to us, or we just pick them as they said?
You mean the report out of this presentation?
Yes, the analysis, the assessments.
Assessment, okay, you mean a report, assessment report, right? For progress update, we don't give reports. So maybe you can review this video again and get input from it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we are moving to the last presentation for this year's colloquium, and it will be a proposal defense by Syed Mohammad Farooq Akhtar with a topic, Deep Reinforcement Learning Approach for Managing Industrial Internet of Things Data to Blockchain for Energy Sector. That was a very interesting topic. Okay, let's move on with his presentation. And the supervisor's name is Dr. Asia, and the examiners for this session will be Dr. Ang and Professor Dr. Salapan. Let's welcome Mr. Mohammad Farooq Akhtar.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much.
Welcome.
So first of all, I will share my screen. Yes, you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see. Mr. Isaac, maybe you can switch off your video. Okay, you may start now.
Yep. So basically my topic is deep reinforcement learning approach for storing and processing industrial Internet of Things data, that is IIoT, to blockchain, and it is related to energy sector. So before I start, I just give a very quick background about myself. So I'm basically based in Melbourne. So, and I was working with Microsoft, Everard, Accenture, so a lot of companies. In Malaysia, I worked for 5 years and worked with Celcom as a head of IT and work as, Telecom Malaysia, Maxis, so many companies. So when in my 15 years of career, so when I go to Australia and I see, some of the issues in terms of energy sector, when I was working from Microsoft and go to Queensland Energy, so I see there are some issues. So based on that, I come out with this proposal, So basically industry is not going to do most of the research work. So that's why they just moved to another technology to fulfill that requirement at that time. So, and then after a few years, I just take this opportunity when I see that gap in the research and the industry, and I take up this project to do it my own. So in this project, Dr. Asia, she did a lot of help, to making it as a, industry research into the, basically educational research point of view. So I quickly start. So in my research, basically I covered these topics, research background, statement, questions, objective, significance, methodology, experimental setup, proposed model, and technical data flow. And then we go for a question and answer session. So quickly start with the research background. So as nowadays, IIoT is very common. So a lot of people listen about the IoT stuff. So when you are applying the IoT to industry, so it's become IIoT, so double I. So, and that's the most interesting, when you are talking about IoT, so it's basically talking about data. So data is generated in a massive amount. And in terms of storing side of the side, so you are generating the data, that is one side, that's the devices. But you also need to transform and store and then use that data properly. That's the main thing. So in terms of storing, so a lot of people are using, Cosmos DB, NoSQL, big data, like Databricks or Hadoop architectures. But in terms of storing side, we are ending up only one solution. That is either you are going for a data warehousing solution, or you are going for a transactional, computing, just like Cosmos or NoSQL DBs. So there is no other way out, and that's a massive, opportunity which I see, and I try to explore that one. So we have, another side of it, we have basically blockchain. So blockchain give a tremendous opportunity in terms of, transparency, security, but still, you see blockchain technology is mostly still used in only the cryptocurrency kind of, architectures. So, or you are going for, when you are playing a game, you will get some tokens, or by the end, you are creating your own ICO coins, those kind of things. But in terms of business, if you see, you don't see a very real opportunity in terms of, that application building side. So that opportunity, I put it, in my research is basically the idea is to store the IIoT data, that is already a massive amount of data, into blockchain. So once we store it, the main opportunity is once we store it, we get, the transparency, trust, and all those things automatically. Basically, once I go to Queensland Energy, so I see that in Queensland Energy, they have metering solutions. So what happened is smart meters are there for each consumer house. Like if you are using electricity, so you have a smart meter outside that is, telling, sending this reading like how much energy you used. It's sending to the back office. So back office is basically Queensland Energy Office. So there are about 1 million consumers in Queensland. So they are sending, every 5 minutes data back to the IoT hub. And we have, Azure IoT hub, for example, in the experimental setup. So once the data received to, I'm getting my echo. Yeah. So if anybody is can mute the mic, please. Yeah. So once the data is sent to IoT hub, so every 5 minutes, so here we are talking about, it's, let's say 100 byte of data. That's a JSON format. Sending every 5 minutes, it means we are talking about 1 million consumers. It's about 48 GB data per day. So 48 GB data that is coming out every 5 minutes, in a day, and we need to transform it and we need to store it. So that's the basic background. So second thing is once you are using blockchain, blockchain is very promising in terms of, decentralization. There is no resistance, nobody can change the data. That's it, guaranteed. So safety and transaction transparency is, is obvious in blockchain. But if you are talking about, storing the data, so blockchain architecture is already distributed. For example, so if you are using, 100 nodes of cluster, so data, once you save it, so basically it goes to all 100 nodes. It's not storing in only one centralized system. So, and sending this data into the network for, about all the nodes who are using this blockchain and store it. So it's basically taking a lot of time in terms of, computation or the data transfer. So, and so in this case, what happened is the transaction per second is speed of any business application is decreased quite sharply. So let's say if you are achieving 100 TPS in one of the system, and you are going to deploy the same system into a blockchain, you are getting maximum 4 or 5 transactions per second. So if you go to compare it with the Bitcoin architecture, so Bitcoin is only providing about 4 to 5 transactions per second, Ethereum providing 15 transactions per second. Some new blockchains like EOS and other, they are providing 100 plus transactions per second. But once you are talking about, this much data, like 48 GB of data, and you need to store it. So here you are talking about 5,000 plus transactions per second. So even if you go to Cellcom now, and you will ask them, the network guys, how much TPS you have in your system, that's the backbone system of the, let's say for the, for the accounts. So they will tell you maximum they have 1,000 TPS. And now we are talking about 6,000 TPS per second at least to run the system, So that's the basic idea. Then there is another term that is reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is basically a type of machine learning. So a lot of people are exploring, deep learning side. So I take this project as a reinforcement learning. So deep reinforcement learning. So what I try to predict here is what will be the best architecture for storing that massive amount of data into blockchain. So we pass different kinds of architecture to the reinforcement learning algorithm, and based on the architecture it will run and tune itself automatically. It's similar kind of concept, in 2006 we listen, that autonomous database introduced by Oracle. So the same kind of thing, here I've tried to introduce autonomous architectural, based on the requirement of the business. So it will predict. So that's why I bring reinforcement learning into the picture. So that's my background. So in terms of sizing, I just told you earlier, like we have a file that's coming from the smart meter. That file size, let's say, is 100 bytes, and sent to cloud every 5 minutes. So based on this calculation, so every basically cloud sent to each meter is basically 48,000 bytes sent it by each meter. Now you multiply with the number of consumers, that's 1 million at least in the Queensland. And so if we are talking about here 48 GB of data. So 48 GB of data, and now transaction per second, if you calculate, like, we have total consumer 1 million, transaction per hour based on that is basically, this much, 20 million. So if we divide by second, so we need at least 5,555 transactions a second. That's quite huge. If you talk about, the latest state of the art equipments, from Cellcom, from Maxis, from Telecom Malaysia, they will give you maximum to 2,000 TPS, but here it's that much. So now my problem statement, I come out, with to complete this, to start this project. So the first challenge, what I see is blockchain has a four-way trade-off. Like if you increase the scalability of the system, you are lacking in terms of security. If you, the same way, if you increase the security, then, scalability will lack. If you talk about decentralization, so decentralization means you are increasing number of nodes. So number of nodes means then the same data need to be stored in all the nodes. So basically it decreases, in terms of latency. So these four-way trade-off, all four need to achieve, it's quite challenging. So I read a lot of papers, in 2020 and 21. So people are talking about, in the papers that they will achieve either two out of these four, parameters. So let's say scalability and security can be, achieved together, but all four cannot be achieved all together, So that's the first problem statement that I bring out. So I need to study, these four parameters, how we can, how we can configure it, our system, that all four parameters should achieve. At least three we will focus on, So second thing is how we will store, that number of transactions, because Bitcoin is providing 4 to 5 transactions per second. Their network Ethereum providing 15 transactions per second, and here we are talking about 6,000 transactions per second approximately. So that's my second problem statement. Third one is how the public blockchains, basically this system, blockchain has three categories, right? One is the private blockchain. Second one is you are going for public blockchain. Third one is the hybrid approach. So what my research is, basically I'm not focusing on any one specific type of blockchain. I will take this approach, to all three kind of blockchains. So, and I will study, how we can achieve it. Like if you are going, because Ethereum and Bitcoin, it's already an open architecture, open source. So we can easily, install it into our local environment, and, and we can play around with this. So what we did is basically, third one statement is basically, I will take it the Bitcoin as well as Ethereum, and then try to run the 16,000, transactions per second. And then we'll study how it will happen, and how we can tune the public blockchain network that everybody can utilize in the business application. That's the third one. The next challenge is, that I just mentioned earlier, in terms of these four-way trade-off. So how we can study this four-way trade-off is basically blockchain is an open architecture where we have consensus algorithm, either proof of work, proof of stake, proof of, a lot of algorithms are already there. Second parameter is basically block size, because each transaction has a block size. So like if you have 6 transactions will go in one block, or you can tune it 100 transactions in one block. So those kind of parameters we can configure it, and that will affect very hugely in terms of performance of the data. The third is how frequent is the blockchain will go and store it to the nodes. So like if we are talking about Ethereum, we are sending about every 10 seconds it's sending create a new block. In terms of Bitcoin, it's about I can say about every 5 minutes creating a new block. So, and in between there are a lot of other blockchains are there where different frequency they are using it. So based on this frequency, this also having a huge impact in terms of transaction processing. So that I also need to study. So based on these things, we can configure, we can come out with one architecture which will be used for as a business applications, and then again it will tune itself by reinforcement learning. That's my next point. So the next point is basically all these things in terms of four-way trade-offs, how I can achieve a novel deep reinforcement learning model that will automatically configure and tune based on these blockchain. So that's my problem statement. Based on that, I come out with my 4 research questions. So the number one is, how would you? Yeah. So in my research questions, basically it's 4. So first one is, how would be the framework for the IIoT to use in blockchain for storing, processing massive amount of transactions? Second one is, how deep reinforcement learning will automatically select the blockchain consensus algorithm, block size, and block interval. The third one is, which method, model-based learning, value-based learning, policy-based learning, can evaluate the optimal policy for the DRL framework? I just want to introduce one more thing is basically deep, why I choose reinforcement learning over here is reinforcement learning is basically, learn from the mistake itself. So we don't need to put again and again. So what happened is, let's say a self-driving car. So what they are using in self-driving car is mostly is the DRL framework, that if the car did one mistake, so it will already taking a decreasing point, giving it to him. So if the car is taking a right action, so it gives reward. So it basically reward a scheme. Based on that, it will automatically tune. The same kind of things I want to apply it over here. So here in terms of reinforcement learning, we have 3 things: model-based, value-based, or policy-based. So we need to see how we can find the optimal policy based on these 3. So I need to choose any one of them. So this also be part of this project. The fourth one is how to achieve scalability in blockchain. That's my major thing, without affecting the decentralization, security, and latency. So based on these research questions, I come out with the research framework. So what I need to develop is, at the end, we need to develop a framework for the IIoT data, that how to process and store these transactions. Second one is, what will be the model that we need to build on, that will select automatically the architecture. Third one is, what will be the proposed model for evaluating the optimal policy, how we propose the model for evaluating the optimal policy. The fourth one is, what would be the configurations that will affect on these 4-way trade-off. So in terms of my contribution, so contribution, it will be in the first one, it's a framework, that's a novel framework. Second one is a model in terms of deep reinforcement learning. Third one is again optimal policy, we have to create a model, that's also a contribution. And fourth one is the configuration, what will be the optimal policy that can be used by any of the business applications in when they are building the blockchain application. That configuration can be helpful for them. So coming out to the next state, so in terms of propose the reinforcement learning, which I just told so we have state, action, and reward. So whenever any of the in action is performed by the architecture, it will we are inputting it in a Q learning algorithm. So Q learning algorithm keep updating the policy. So this is basically my third question, like model based, value based, policy based, from where we are getting the optimal policy, and at the end we are getting the final policy over here. So the significance of the study is I already told in the previous slide that we will get a one model, one framework, two models, and one the configurations that we are getting. That's all related to the novel approaches, in terms of contributions. So the same thing I mentioned it here. So the aim of the study is to improve, the major thing is I want to use blockchain as a storing solution. Like nowadays we are using data warehousing, data lakes, or delta lake, whatever you name it. So there should be blockchain should also be used to store this information. It should not be that expensive to store it. It should not be that much, in terms of latency wise. It will not like, it's a basically hurdle to, store and wait for long processing time. So once we store it, it should be instant. So this is the major aim of this study. So now I come to the literature review part. So what I did, I used the systematic literature review. So I go through, these journals. So IEEE Scopus.
Mr. Said, excuse me. Sorry, you have exceeded 20 minutes. We can give you another 5 minutes for you to conclude your presentation.
Really, it's very fast. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So basically, I just use the SLR approach, and I come out, from starting from 2,375 papers to 26 papers. That's the final selected. So then I quickly go to my experiment setup. So experiment setup, I already did that. I showed it to my supervisor, Dr. Asia. So what happened is we create, blockchain architecture. I fork the Bitcoin blockchain. I fork the Ethereum blockchain. I create a new blockchain on Hyperledger Fabric. And based on these, I write all these algorithms, into Databricks. So once I used it, based on that, I create, these framework to find the optimal policy. That's also a code, model-based learning, Q-learning, set up the Q-learning network, Hyperledger analysis on loss function. Then this is the very major milestone I achieve in this time, So all the metering data, how we get this data, that's the main question of the research. So what I did is I simulate the data, for 1 million customer, because we know that what kind of data we need to generate. So let's say the data sending to the back office is basically a JSON file, which always have a metering data. It has the log data, if the meter is damaged, so it's a log sensor. So those kind of things are there. So based on that, what I did is I create a provision Azure environment where I provision about 200 plus nodes. Each node has installing the blockchain environment, and when I run these 200 nodes, is basically simulate it's 1 million customers. So 1 million customer is basically at the end the Kubernetes cluster. So each Kubernetes cluster is basically 1 meter. So I simulate like this. So at the end, I am getting this data directly from the blockchain that I used as an input to my experimental setup. So now this is my overall architecture. So we have four kind of blockchain. One is the Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hyperledger. These three are very famous. Fourth one, I create my own self. That's from scratch. Based on that, I have these consensus algorithm. These are my parameters, and these all three goes as an input to DRL. And these are the physical meter that goes as input to this blockchain environment. Then I create, this is also, I just leave it. So proposed model is basically a simulation meter. It goes, physical meter will go in. It goes to IoT hub. There is a file watcher that pick up the file. Pops up model is there. It transforms data to the, block is like a Databricks cluster, for the transformation phase, because we are talking about 48 GB of data per day here. Based on that, it goes as an input to blockchain, and that blockchain architecture is proposed by the DRL model. So that's my solution high level overview, that the client network, the Azure network, what kind of protocol and how, what kind of services I'm going to provision. I provisioned already, and how I create my experimental setup over here. So based on that, that's my final blueprint. So blueprint is basically I'm using Atlas meter. Atlas meter is sending data, every 5 minutes, and in terms of failure, it's giving up every 15 minutes. So it goes to IoT hub. IoT hub will go as a stream analytics job, and then it's basically storing it to data warehousing, which I need to replace to a blockchain solution. That's my final data flow. It goes, as an event grid topic. I used it because event grid has, in terms of consumption, so it can send millions of events per second. So it has a capability of that. So that's why I use event grid. And then it goes to, metering solution. That's basically a function app. It basically triggered the blockchain network. And finally, it's coming out with a Power BI where all my results and simulations are there, So I try to cover very fast. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Said. It was a very detailed presentation. Okay, now we will continue with question and answer session. I'd like to start with Professor Dr. Salap. Prof. Sal.
I missed the first part. Can you tell the title?
Wow, okay. No worries. So my title is Deep Reinforcement Learning Approach for Storing and
Project the title, please. Can you project the title? Okay.
yeah, you can see.
Reinforcement learning approach for storing and processing industrial Internet of Things data to blockchain for energy sector. So rather long title. Can you shorten it or something like that?
Yeah, I want everybody will understand, all these three things basically: reinforcement, IoT, blockchain, forward energy sector.
Okay, so yeah, usually the titles are shorter, but if it is necessary, it's okay. But if you can reduce the title a bit, I think that will be more concise, lah. Okay,
Yep,
so
okay.
that
I will take care. I will check on
okay.
that. Yeah.
Your main contributions from this will be: are you developing any blockchain as a proof of concept or anything like that?
Exactly. I did, already the smart metering solution for the simulation. The model is already done, but all my experiments is come out, once I get, provide all this input to a blockchain, real blockchain, where I can, get all my results. So yes, there is a big piece of code.
Okay. This will be done as a simulated experiment, correct?
The metering data is a simulation, but the getting the experimental result, it's an actual blockchain itself. So it's not a simulation, it's a real data, I can say.
Okay, yeah. How does there is a limit to the Bitcoin thing, right? Yep. What if the Bitcoin sort of reached the maximum, volume or amount? What do you do?
Bitcoin has a limit of five transactions per second, but Bitcoin is an open source, So what I did is I already forked that code. So I already have all this code. So based on that, I can change the consensus algorithm. I can change, the block sizing. I can change, the frequency of data. I can change, whatever I want to change, I can change. It's basically, it's open source now.
Okay. You can go on to others.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Sal. Now let's move on with Dr. Fiona, Dr. Ang Ling Wei.
Okay, congratulations, Farouk, for your progress. First of all, I want to ask some of the questions. I agree with Prof. Sal that your title is too long. You have to shorten to 15 words. Okay, so when I read your abstract, right, you mentioned about your research is develop the deep reinforcement learning model, but your title you put is the approach. So which one is your outcome? Is a approach or is a novel model?
No, basically it's a deep reinforcement model. Model will be there, and we are using from this model or the approach how to store, approaching of storing. This is the second part. Approach for storing and processing. What processing? IIoT data. So these are three parts. DRL, approach for storing and processing, and IIoT. And as per your comment, I will definitely try to look into the, how to shorten this, and will work with my professor. Yeah.
Okay, so when I read your chapter 1, I think you need to follow the APA 7 edition format to do the citation. Okay, so and you should avoid using the personal pronouns. So you have to check the IPS thesis manual. And there's a one session, research aims and research objective. These two sessions is the same. So you have to combine this session together. And you have to make sure your research objective more concise and more clear. Okay, and you have to organize and map your research objective with your research question.
So what is the difference in the objective? Yeah, I think it's 1-to-1, right? If you can give me the specifics about this.
I think Dr. Asia maybe will have the maybe will share with you some of the tables, mapping of the research objective with your research
Yeah,
question.
I have
Because
how I
I
make it.
confused
Yeah,
when I read.
this is how
Yes,
I
I
come out,
confused
with
when
the
I
problem
read
statement.
your research aims and research objective. I think it's both the same. So maybe you can write your first general research objective first, and then you have the specific objective. Okay. So now we move to your chapter number 2. Is the if you look at the session 2.2.1, what is the purpose of you list all the search term? Actually, this is not needed in the proposal or in the thesis. So if this search term is very important, then you have to explain more. But if not, then you have to remove this section. Okay. So this is session 2.2.1. And session 2.2.2, you no need to include the search database in your proposal because this is a common, it's a very general and common things. And session 2.2.3, you can explain more if you feel that this session is very important. No, not just put the table or the figure, then you have to explain more, write more sentence. You have done a lot of the literature review, but I didn't see any critical or systematic literature review in your chapter number 2. Okay, so since your keyword for your title is the deep reinforcement and then about the blockchain scalability decentralization, I think you need to discuss more of this important thing in your chapter number 2, and then you can make one section is the operation.
Some got lost. I think the internet connection may be lost, so maybe he can come out with the written thing so that you can follow that. I think problem with connection in the morning, so maybe that is recurring.
Yeah, network problem for her. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I have the internet connection problem.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I proceed to use my mobile data. Okay, so for the session 2.2.5 and 2.2.6, you have to explain more about the table and also the diagram. Okay. So
Basically, yeah, my literature review is already, quite long. So if I go for more details, so it will, I earlier write about 100 pages, then I minimize it to 60 pages, I guess. Then I further shorten it down, so because we have a limit, right, to write, because this topic is quite huge, right? So in terms of criticality, so I already, take whatever the most relevant things related to my research.
But I think you no need to mention about the session 2.2.1 until 2.2.3 because this is not necessary.
That's very important. It's a basically searching algorithm. How that's the major part of the research, right? How I will go, traverse into my blockchain in terms of blocks, in terms of frequency wise, So that's why I put. But I will definitely take care of it. I will check how I can minimize more on can change, certain aspects. Yeah.
Okay, so how about session 2.2.1? You list all the search terms. So what is the purpose you list all of this? Session 2.2.1.
That is going to be, that is going to be referred, again into my experimental setup. That's chapter number 4 and 5. Like, how can I explain my results? So to explain my results, I already put all the terminologies which I'm going to use it later on in the chapters.
Okay, so for the chapter number 3, you have to discuss how you collect the data and what type of the study that you conduct. Is it quantitative or qualitative? So, and that's all for my comments.
Yeah, in terms of data, it's all about, simulation of data. So I'm using the simulation model that is generating 1 billion customer data, but I will try to explain further in this chapter.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Fiona. Any other questions from the participants? Okay, no questions. With that, congratulations, Mr. Said, for achieving another milestone in your PhD journey. We
Yeah,
hope to
thank you very
see
much.
your progress update next year. Okay, thank you to Dr. Fiona and also Dr. Salapan for your very useful and detailed feedback on his presentation just now. Thank you so much.
So I will get any grades in this?
Yeah, you are receiving a report on this.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
There is a question from a student in the chat.
Yes.
You I want to ask. Faisa Latman.
Oh, which one, Doctor?
Yeah, that's
Faisa Khan. Can you see that side?
Faiza Atlat Khan, beside Azure Studio, can you solve with other environments?
Yes, exactly. Azure is just one example, of a cloud environment. So the same can be used, achieve in, AWS, Google, Alibaba. So wherever you want to put in it. So that's why I'm using Kubernetes clusters, to run my environment. So for computing purpose, like if I need to build a blockchain environment, that's about 200 plus nodes I'm talking about. So if I do it, in a normal, lab environment, so I need to use 200 plus computers collected in a computer, in a network. That's very costly affair. So that's why I use the computing power, from Azure. Basically, I'm from Microsoft, so I have a free quota, to use Azure as much as I can. So that's why I prefer to Azure, but it can be for AWS, it can be any computing environment. I hope that's the answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your answer. Any other student? Does anyone have any other questions? I think no question. Okay, thank you so much. So with that, we are done with the presentation for today. Okay, now we are at the end of our colloquium. For that, I would like to call upon the Dean of Institute of Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Khairil Khalil, to give his closing speech. Let's welcome Dr. Khairil.
Thanks, Vicky. Before that, does any of the lecturers want to give any inputs? Maybe Dr. Huda, you want to give some inputs first?
Dr. Khairi, can I give some feedback?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, sometimes there are certain things that need to be said, but sometimes they are not said in the busy schedule of a colloquium. So I want to speak on behalf of all the supervisors who were involved in supervising the candidates. On behalf of them, I want to say thank you very much to IPS for all the support that you always give us, and the instructions that you give us are very clear, and we can see that every passing month, the structure of IPS is becoming better, clearer, and more organized. So we want to record our thanks to Dr. Khairi and his team for an incredible job that you are doing. Yeah. Also, from the supervisor's point of view, we want to congratulate and salute our PhD candidates. We know many of you are not just our PhD candidates. Many of you are already very busy executives. You have responsible positions in your organizations. In addition to that, many of you have families to run and other social responsibilities as well. Yet, in spite of that, you find the time and you take the effort to actually turn out a good piece of work. And if we correct you, if we say to you to change something, please don't take it that as if we are putting a wall in front of your progress. That's not what it is. It is just that we want you to be the best that you can be. I think from the supervisor's point of view, the PhD journey is a journey that will help us all to become better thinkers. It will help us to develop our sense of logic, our sense of sequence, our sense of presenting information and data in a structured way. And I hope that with every passing colloquium, you will find that when you leave the colloquium, there is some renewed energy and excitement in you to continue with your research. And you will find that when you go back to your professional life, what you do is much more complex and much more sophisticated than what it was before, and definitely much more useful. Yeah. So that's it. Just a couple of words from the supervisors. Thank you very much, Dr. Khairi.
Thank you.
Doc, you're mute, Doc.
Thank you. I always do that. All right. Thank you, Dr. Harvey, for your kind words to the IPS and also for your encouraging words for the supervisors as well as for the students. I saw the presence of Prof. Prem just now, so I would like to ask Prof. Prem if you want to give comments or closing speech. So if you give comments, I will give the closing speech, or if you give the closing speech, I will give the comment first. Prof. Prem.
Hi, Dr. Khairi. Thank you, Dr. Khairi, and hi, IPS family, faculty and students here. Well, this is towards the end of our colloquium for 2021 here. I think each time we organize the colloquium, I see improvement in terms of student stickiness into the colloquium. Yeah. And this morning, when I noticed there were 100 over students in the colloquium session, that was very good. Yeah. And even now, towards the end, we still have many students here. So my piece of advice to students: this is your event. This is your event. This is where you will benefit as a PhD student in the Malaysian Institute of Science and Technology. Yeah. And this round, we got you to take the lead as the organizing committee for the event. You guys did a good job. Yeah. And this is how we also plan to build leadership skills here into the PhD process. Yeah. So being a PhD is not just that, getting the title PhD or doctorate. No, that's not a thing. I think it goes beyond that. Yeah. Being able to articulate your thoughts, put your thoughts across. Yeah. Always remember in academic arena or portfolio, we always look for facts and figures. Anything that you say, it must be supported by facts. Yeah. So this is part of the training process for you, building you. And I'm also happy to say that there are quite a number of you who have continuously been publishing papers. And some of you just cleared your proposal defense and started to publish 4 or 5 papers already. Yeah. And I wouldn't want to mention name, yeah, but I know them well. Yeah. We have many of you who have published papers. And we are very happy. We are very happy to note that, yeah, publishing papers is a culture. Keep the culture going. You just need to kickstart the first paper. Once you get the first paper going, then you build the momentum, then you will enjoy going through the publications. Each time a publication is accepted, you will be happy to note that. Yeah. So with that, thank you very much for being, with us, engaging with us for the yesterday and today. And thank you for taking the lead to organize and coordinate the event. Yeah. I think it is seamless. Yeah. And thank you, Dr. Khairi, Ms. Pawani, Ms. Nurusha. I know a lot of work has been put into this. but you are seeing the result, the outcome of the colloquiums that we have conducted. And once again, for the examiners, for the proposal defense, and also the faculty members who were seated throughout the session, thank you very much for your participation. Your participation really gave the boost for the students, to increase their spirit of learning, and also to identify areas of opportunities and so on, So with that, I look forward to seeing you all once the restriction movement is over. I look forward to seeing you all in person. Hopefully, the next colloquium we will have it, in campus. Thank you, Dr. Carey. Thank you, team. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prem.
Thank you, Professor Prem. Thank you
for the comments. Now, before I do my short closing, I would like to hear from some of the participants here, students or partners, some words. For the students, I just want to ask whether you feel the objectives have been met. For example, we want to provide you exposure to what is in the industry. We want to give some ideas for your research. Objectives met. Let's listen to a couple of you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Newton here from Sri Lanka. Yes, I have engaged with this colloquium for 2 days, yesterday and today as well. And I got a lead. That means after that, our president's word, as a PhD student, we have to read lot and write lot. Hence, I thought to publish some papers before finishing the PhD. So this is the main objective that I have taken. And we have to change our lifestyle from this to what we live in this, and we have to turn into that academic field. That means we have to write and read lot. So the main objective I have taken is, before getting the PhD, at least we have to publish 5 or 10 papers. So this is the main objective I have taken. So this is the very prudent and periodical chance to me to participate such colloquium. So in the future, if you come to the campus, I think it will be more advantage than online if you participate in the offline in the future. Thank you very much for your opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ziad Newton. There anybody else wants to make some comments?
Yes, sir. Giwa Mojit. I'm actually happy to be part of this colloquium because when I was leaving Nigeria some couple of months ago, I never know what I was going into. But with the family of IPS and MUST, I think I didn't regret. I didn't regret my action, and I want to thank the dean of IPS and the president as well for giving us the morale to keep going on. Because whenever we listen to his clip after the classes, and we always feel the spirit of belonging, and to our supervisors as well. We see the spirit of love, because where we are coming from in Nigeria, some of us are frustrated, but with the help of the academic team of MUST and the IPS, I think we are happy to be an alumni of the school. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So if there is one last one, anyone who wants to give input before I conclude? All right. If there's none, thank you very much for those encouraging words from the students. These are what make this position as Dean of IPS very satisfying, and I'm happy to be associated with it. And I would like to thank everyone for the participation in this colloquium. All the students, all the lecturers, supervisors, from our partners, of course, from our president and the deans, and of course the keynote speakers are not here, but we would like to thank them as well. And last but not least, to the committee who have been working very hard since before the colloquium and until the end today. I'm very proud of the team, and they have done very well indeed. So that is because everything else has been mentioned by Dr. Harvey and Prof. Prem just now. I just want to remind that there is a international conference of dynamic innovation towards the end of the year. We'll give you the specific date. It is in December, and this is organized by IPS and in collaboration with GEO, Global Education Office. So look forward to that. There will be a lot of papers, opportunity for you to present papers, be part of the publication that's required by your requirement, by your PhD requirement. The theme roughly is doing business in challenging environment. So please book your date when we announce later. This is a very good opportunity again. The next colloquium will probably in March next year, so it's quite a while. Hopefully it can be done face to face. And finally, I would like to announce that I will be moving on to another school, that is School of Transportation and Logistics, effective 1st of November. And if Dr. Prof. Jeffrey William would be able to show your video, please. From 1st of November, Professor Jeffrey William will take over IPS. I would like to take this opportunity to thank, of course, to the two research associates who've been working very hard alongside with me to make sure that processes are in place and IPS gets improved from time to time. And we also I would also like to wish IPS the best for the future. Keep improving and do something that is different than what we have done before, always. Yes, that's Professor Jeffrey. You want to say a few words, Prof? Prof. Jeffrey? Okay, maybe there's some technical problem there. In any case, once again, everyone, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure managing this institute and looking forward to all your successes for the future. All right, thank you. Over to you, Vicky.
Thanks, Dr. Khairi. All the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khairi. As usual, that was very uplifting, and I thank you from bottom of my heart for taking your time from your busy schedule to be with us for the past 2 days. Okay, before we drop the curtain, on behalf of Institute of Postgraduate Studies, I would like to express our gratitude to the MUST Management, President Professor Dr. Prem Kumar Rajagopal, all the deans, Professor Dr. Salapan, Dr. Harvinder, Dr. Reza, Dr. Khairi, supervisors, lecturers, moderators, and not forgetting associates, researchers, and lastly, our amazing participants for your willingness to take part in our colloquium. Your contribution took a significant part in our event. We believe that the knowledge that we share will be helpful and develop your research skills and confident to move to the next phase in your PhD journey. We look forward to see you in person in next year's colloquium. And with that note, I wish you all the best. Stay safe and stay healthy until we meet you again next year. Thank you and goodbye.
Ms. Bhavani, you want to mention about the evaluation?
Oh, yes. After this, we will share the evaluation form, and we would like to all the participants to participate in the evaluation to give feedbacks on our colloquium for this round. Thank you so much.
Okay, if there is nothing else, the committee, please move to the next room for us to have some discussion, debriefing.
Okay, Doctor.